in alphabetical order, so you know when you are likely to. So we're going to start off with the city of. Well, actually, we've got City of American Canyon, which includes Director Wagon Connect. He represents 5 communities. So let's start with Napa and the cities of Napa.
Ellie Ramos here, supervisor from Napa County and places Supervisor Wagon.
And I hope you'll come up to the dais and join us at the table.
Oh, I'm supposed to come here.
Really? As an alternate replacing, yeah, no, come on up.
All right, City of Belvedere.
Bob McCaskill here.
City of Benicia. City of Calistoga. Oh, sorry, I need to. Contra Costa County. Town of Corte Madera.
Sloan Bailey here.
Town of Danville. City of El Cerrito.
Greg Lyman.
Town of Fairfax.
Barbara Kohler here.
City of Lafayette.
Don Tatson.
City of Larkspur.
Kevin Haroff here.
County of Marin.
Kate Sears here.
City of Martinez. City of Mill Valley. Town of Moraga.
Dave Trotter.
City of Novato.
Denise Alice.
City of Oakley. City of Pinole.
Maureen Tom's here.
City of Pittsburgh.
Juan Benales here.
City of Richmond.
Tom Platt here.
Town of Ross. Town of San Anselmo.
Ford Green, present.
City of San Pablo. City of San Rafael.
Andrew McCall.
City of San Ramon. City of Sausalito.
Ray Withy.
City of, excuse me, Town of Tiburon.
So just have this section.
And City of Walnut Creek. Great. Do we have any other representatives from Napa County or Napa cities present? Okay, great.
Great, thank you so much. So we're going to come to public open time in a moment, but I want to say a couple of things first. And first and foremost is really thanking everyone for being here, including our members of the public and all of us. It's great to all be in the same room and not have to try to identify each other on the video screens. So I'm looking forward to actually being all together in person today. So this has been really a full year for MCE, for our board members and our staff on multiple fronts. There's been growth in the communities we serve, in the number of our customers, the number of our offices. We now have 2 offices, as you know, and in the number of programs offered in our communities, including expansion of our EV and our energy efficiency programs in multiple sectors. There have been big successes, like the completion of MCE Solar 1, the Supplier Diversity en banc, participation in the Governor's Climate Summit, a tour of our projects in Central Southern California, and the beginning of an EV solar installation at our offices in San Rafael. We've really done a lot this past year. And there also, I hasten to say, as usual, have been challenges both on the regulatory and the legislative front that we'll have a chance to talk more about today. As statewide, the growth of CCAs has really been phenomenal, and I think it's something that we all feel tremendously proud of, as you know, MCE really being the entity that seeded a lot of that growth, and to see where we are today is just truly amazing and inspiring. So today we have a chance to reflect on the last year. I always really appreciate these board retreats for that opportunity, both to reflect on the past and to really talk about where we are and where we see ourselves going as a group, and to look at the big picture about what we hope to accomplish in the year ahead. I'm looking forward to getting input from everyone here and really having a robust conversation, and I appreciate your finding time in your schedules to make that happen today. So we're going to have a good day. It's always productive. And so now we're going to give the public the first opportunity to weigh in. And so if there are members here of the public who would like to comment in open time, please feel free to come up to the mic. There will be opportunities as we go through the agenda to comment on specific agenda items, but come forward now if you have something that's not on the agenda that you'd like to tell us about.
McCord. I live in El Cerrito. Deep green, of course. And my notes here. First of all, I want to congratulate MCE for its new programs for electric vehicles. I don't have one, but we need to electrify transportation. On the CPUC's proceeding on the PCIA, I support you in opposing the alternate proposed decision and improving the proposed decision on valuation of renewable and zero emission power. And Nick Chassett of East Bay Clean Energy has an article in Utility Dive that explains that part. And last week, the mayors of three cities published an open letter on the PCIA, and I hope you, all the elected officials here, can sign on to that letter.
I'm Ed Mainland. I live in Novato, California. I'm an MCE Deep Green subscriber. And I go back with MCE, I guess, to 2003, when I can remember at the Marin County Fair passing out leaflets for this weird idea that was called community choice at the time. And how MCE has grown since those early days. I thought about this when I went to Sacramento yesterday and testified to the CPUC against two proposed decisions that adversely affect CCAs, not fixed. I was the only one there speaking on these topics except for another colleague from Marine Conservation Group. And I thought, well, there's 120 new elected officials representing all the municipalities in the MCE.
That may be fine.
It's a shame that your voice isn't being heard more at the CPUC. So what I'd like to suggest you consider is finding a way for you as electeds, each one of you, and all the other electeds and all the other CCAs to either phone or meet with these CPUC commissioners in the next 2 weeks before these, for the PD and the APD come before the CPUC for voting. So that's one suggestion. I want to suggest as a strategic component of MCE's work going forward, that you look at the problem of TAC charges in CAISO. This is the transmission charges that unfairly penalize local distributed renewable energy. And the Clean Coalition is trying to fix this. And I think that all of you as municipalities and collectively as MCE should get behind the attempts Clean Coalition has undertaken to reform the transmission access charge in CAISO. Finally, I have some concerns about what I perceive to be some shortcomings in the way you, the board, oversees MCE decisions and operations. So I've prepared a little 6-page paper here with some of my suggestions. about some of the problem areas and what can be done about it. And rather than bore you with this, I'll jump right to my bottom line recommendations, which are, I suggest that you create a legislative and regulatory affairs committee in your board, composed of elected officials and bound by public meeting laws. I hope that you would set up a community advisory committee, like so many other CCAs have done, as well as ad hoc stakeholder working groups with members screened and appointed by the board, not the staff. I suggest that you permit the Community Advisory Committee to elect one of its members to serve on your board as a non-voting ex officio member. And then I think it would be useful at this point in MCE's history to hire one or more independent experts, outside experts, to evaluate and report directly back to the board regarding some of the problems that I outline in my paper. I hope you'll take this paper seriously, and I hope that it's received in the spirit of constructive and positive outlook that it's offered. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ed.
I'll circulate my paper if that's all right.
You bet, absolutely, and thank you for all your good work. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Renner. I'm both a customer and the development and strategic partnerships director for the Clean Coalition. First, I want to start with a sincere gratitude. I have been a fan and been studying the work of MCE for years, and it's one of the most inspiring stories I've heard in the renewable energy transition. So all of you who are here today and who work on these really hard problems, know that you're doing the work from my kids. Excuse me. You're doing this work for my kids, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to get emotional. I'm just in a room with, when the history books are written, the people in this room are going to be in them for the work you're doing here. I come before you today because I want to talk a little bit about distributed generation, which I know is at the core of the mission of this organization and many other CCAs in California. Distributed generation has many advantages that you all know, resilience being one of them. We're sitting in the middle of the city of Richmond, where I live, that lacks energy resilience for critical facilities, which is required if we're in a big earthquake. This is one of the most dangerous parts of the Bay Area because of our various industrial facilities. The benefits of distributed generation currently are underpriced. They aren't factored into the market. And especially when it comes to the amount of transmission spending, distributed generation can help avoid. The transmission access charges campaign that we've been working on diligently at CAISO without the support of the CCAs is incredibly close to working. We have a breakthrough opportunity on the horizon. And I'm re-inviting Marin Clean Energy, MCE and the various counties and cities who are involved to jump in on this one. This is a proactive policy and regulatory effort that can help get ahead. I know you've been fighting a rearguard action and fighting for survival and winning, and it's still a day-to-day experience with PCIA and the rest of it. This is a proactive step that's going to properly price distributed generation and help advance those goals by removing the charge for transmission that is currently paid by the distributed generation producers. There's a handout coming around. I only brought 15. I didn't realize how giant this board was. I will stick around for the first break if you want to talk more about it. But this is one of the key elements of getting to our 100% renewable future, because distributed generation should be 25% of local load. It should be meeting 25% of local load. We're nowhere close to that right now. As you all know, the challenges associated with developing renewable energy locally connected to the distribution grid are many. But this reform will potentially get you 3 cents a kilowatt hour in value for every new installation. So thank you for listening, and I'll stick around if there's questions.
Great, thanks very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Howdy Gowdy. I'm from El Cerrito. I'm also a very happy MCE Deep Green customer, and echo a lot of what was initiated by Chair Sears and other speakers about really the number of things that MCE, both the staff and the board have to be proud of in their accomplishments. I mean, starting with being a pioneer that really proved the waters for so many CCAs to grow up rapidly in California is an amazing success story, and you've really kept maintaining the viability by dealing with the regulatory impediments that arise. So I mean, you deserve a lot of credit, and you're delivering a very important service. And just the accomplishments of being, ahead of schedule on renewables, supporting local projects like Solar One are just great initiatives that I acknowledge are accomplished with this very challenging balance of maintaining very competitive rates and working within the regulatory structure that you have. So, it's very laudable that you've achieved these things under those circumstances. I also appreciate the work on the new EV program and hope that it and other electrification work will continue to expand and help meet the objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But I guess, I mean, there are lots of good roles for an event like this, and I guess it got me thinking a little bit more long-term. I know that there are a lot of short-term issues to be dealing with, but I think it's an important time to sort of reflect and have that long-term strategy and thinking. And I'm not that well educated on the TAC, the transmission issue that was brought up. I think that's a very important issue, just from a different angle that I was going to present it, the customer side. An MCE customer that receives a bill today, 2/3 of it still goes to PG&E for transmission distribution. So you're being incredibly, diligent about delivering excellent product for an excellent price, but it's only 1/3 of the bill. And I think that opens up this opportunity where, the direction we need to go, which is, the power of renewables is that they're distributed. And distributed means they're available everywhere. We don't have to stick to this centralized model of gigantic production facilities and big, expensive, difficult to maintain, and efficiency lossy transmission. So I'm concerned by, the packet for this meeting had a lot of talk about the growing expansion of a greater Western grid. And while there are good reasons to do that when the grid exists and there's poor power utilization that could be better allocated, I think there's an important sort of strategic goal to be thinking, we don't want to really be transmitting power great distances. There are efficiency issues with that. There's just cost and resiliency issues associated with that. And so the trajectory to keep in mind is that we really want to be able to have these energy networks work as well as possible on a more local basis. And I think MCE has taken steps to work towards that, but there's challenges within the pricing and what is viable.
Could I ask you to wrap up?
Okay,
There'll be
sure.
opportunities
Yeah,
to
sorry.
talk on just when we get there.
Absolutely. So anyway, I think there are a lot of broken things about the pricing structures and the incentives that people are offered, and I think MCE should take a greater role in trying to assure that their customers get the right energy outcomes and the right pricing signals to make the best decisions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to make a comment in open time on items that are not on our agenda? All right. Right, seeing none, thank you. We're going to move on. Next item on our agenda, our strategic plan update, accomplishments and goals. Dawn, I'm going to hand this to you.
Thank you. And actually, before we begin,
We can
have,
swear people in.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
two more pieces of business. First, just a couple of reminders. I wanted to remind our board members that the photo shoot for you all will begin at the lunch break. Others can begin eating immediately, and then board members will be joining after the photo shoot. Restrooms, exit this room, turn left and down the hall. Tables have been set up for lunch in the Drummond room, so it won't be here, but it'll be that direction. And then also, we are going to do a quick swearing in for Juan Banales, who is our new representative from the city of Pittsburgh. So Juan, if you're willing to stand up, and we're going to do the oath of office. So I'll actually remain sitting. Okay, so you can repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Juan Banales,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you, and welcome to the board. So now I want to turn it over to our Deputy Director of Marketing and Communications with Public Affairs, Nicole Busto, who's going to kick off our strategic plan overview and talk a little bit about our accomplishments from the last year and our goals for the coming year. We're going to run through a couple of staff here in this quick overview of the last year and the coming year, but Nicole's going to kick us off. Welcome, Nicole.
Thanks, Dawn. So goal 1 is to serve our customers and communities with care and excellence, and under this banner is customer experience and communication, community engagement, our commitment to disadvantaged communities, building workforce development, and new community inclusion. So as you know, in April, we began service in Contra Costa County, Concord, Danville, Martinez, Moraga, Oakley, Pinole, Pittsburgh, and San Ramon. We now serve over 470,000 customer accounts. And due to a PG&E rate increase, light green is now 2 to 5% cheaper than PG&E for typical customers. During our Phase 6 enrollment that occurred in April of this year, we had an increase in call volumes to Calpine, which is our call center. So we had over 24,000 calls. And just to give you a sense of what was our range before that enrollment, our low was about 500 calls a month, and then it would range on up to about 1,500 calls a month. So 24,000 over 6 months was quite an increase. Our service level agreement with Calpine indicates that 90% of the calls that come into the call center should be answered within 3 minutes. And during that 6-month enrollment period, Calpine did meet those requirements, ranging from 92% of those calls being answered within 3 minutes in February and March, on up to 99% in May. So due to CPUC's Resolution E4907, MCE's inclusion period was expedited, and it was set from May 15th to September 30th of this year, so it will be officially closing in the next couple of days. The inclusion was limited to counties that MCE already serves. So the eligible areas are on this map indicated in the light green. It includes 6 cities within Contra Costa County, as well as 6 cities in Solano County and the county of Solano itself. And as a brief update, on Tuesday, the Solano County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to join MCE. So, of course, that will trigger the next stage of events, which does include your board voting to include the unincorporated areas of Solano County. Regarding our environmental justice and diversity efforts over the last year, we helped to organize a statewide supplier diversity summit here in Richmond. The CalCCI Environmental Justice and Equity Working Group was launched, of which MCE is a strong contributor. We facilitated a Pittsburgh call center recruitment training for future build graduates. We integrated MCE's environmental justice actions into the IRP. We added environmental justice into MCE's new hire orientation, and we also built supplier diversity questionnaire into MCE's request for offers. And as with last year, Deep Green 100% renewable energy service continues to maintain its traction. So since our last board retreat, we've had over 2,700 opt-ups, which reflects a 41% increase since this time last year. 2 additional munis have opted up. Those are Walnut Creek and El Cerrito, which now brings us up to 18 munis that are now receiving 100% renewable service. There's been a series of firsts. So our first school district, which is Dixie School District in San Rafael, has opted up. Our first sanitary districts, we now have 4 sanitary districts in Marin. Our first fire district, Kensington Fire Protection District in Contra Costa, opted up during the enrollment period. And we've also had a couple muni-led campaigns encouraging their residents and businesses to opt up. So El Cerrito launched a 100 for 100 campaign last year that was sort of tied to their centennial anniversary. And at the end of that campaign, they had an increase in 46% deep green accounts. And Lafayette is currently in the middle of their Gift of Green campaign, which is tied to a 50th anniversary. Within the first 6 months of that campaign, they saw a 24% increase in deep green. So a lot of great work there. And projecting out to the year ahead for Goal 1, we will plan to deepen our key customer engagement, largely focused on our larger loads. Marketing will provide support for the new customer programs that we'll be launching this year. We will also be working to increase MCE's visibility on our thought leadership and the results that we've had in our communities. And of course, we'll maintain our excellence in customer service and responsiveness. So now I'll hand the reins over to David McNeil, our Manager of Finance, who will be speaking about Goal 2.
This to advance? Okay, terrific. I'm David McNeil. Good morning, everyone. I'm the Manager of Finance at MCE and responsible for MCE's Goal 2 of its strategic plan, which consists of ensuring our financial strength and maintaining our competitiveness in the market. So in a nutshell, the overarching objectives are to meet our financial targets, maintain stable and competitive rates, and to effectively manage our risks. We contributed, so in our list of accomplishments for this year, we contributed $6 million to the net position in our fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. We maintained our bank line of credit with River City Bank at $25 million, and that was unutilized during the year. We obtained an investment-grade credit rating from Moody's, and the rating is Baa2. It's the first credit rating for a CCA anywhere in California or North America. And we approved the energy risk management policy, which is a very important structural document that helps us more effectively manage our risks. Next slide. We maintained stable rates and over the course of the year and continue to be about 3 to 5% less expensive than PG&E. We revised our investment and reserve policies and passed a budget, including revenues of $385 million for the current fiscal year. And you might ask, why is passing a budget an accomplishment? And the reason is that in that budget, your board elected to contribute large sums to the net position. And it represented an important affirmation of this organization's commitment to financial strength that really was a key factor in MCE obtaining a credit rating. Next slide. This is just some financial highlights. Reading, you have 2015 on the right, 2018 on the left, because accountants read from right to left. The top line, assets and net position, what you should take away there is this a steady increase over time in both those things. Working capital, the third line item, is also moving upwards, and that's an indication of MCE's liquidity. Revenue has doubled from $100 million in 2015 to $200 million in 2018 over a 3-year period. We had some debt at the beginning of this period, 2015, and that's gone away. MCE has no debt, and we've increased our bank line of credit and the available bank line of credit, as well as available cash. And the available line of credit and cash together compose our liquidity, which is very important for the financial strength of the organization, and you can see improvement in those line items. Next slide, please. So this is a slightly different look. Now we're looking at 2016 through projected 2019. So that would be the March 31st, 2019 fiscal year. And so the end of the current fiscal period, we're seeing a continued upward trajectory for reserve accumulation. That's the first line item, is the reserves. Our reserve target is established by our reserve policy, and you can see what those targets are. And then the next line item is the percentage of our target that we have achieved. So it's bouncing around a little bit, but you can see by the end of fiscal 2019, we'll be up to 61% of our target. And just so the reserve target, as you may recall, is our operating expenses over the next year's operating costs. Sorry, it's the net position over next year's operating costs. So as we step up and we expand, that really increases the denominator significantly. And that's why you see the percentage of our reserve target going down between 2017 and 2018. Even though we were contributing to net position, we were growing even faster. Days liquidity on hand, similar story to what I just explained, but by the end of the current, so we achieved our investment grade credit rating with 65 days of cash on hand, and we're going to push that out probably to closer to 100 days cash on hand by the end of the fiscal year. The target, as established in the reserve policy, is 140 days. So we're still some ways away from that, but we expect to achieve that in the coming years. Next slide. So in the year ahead, we will continue to build reserves and maintain competitive rates. Implement our investment strategy, which governs the use of our excess cash and should help us to pick up a little extra yield. Continue to enhance our energy market risk management processes and strengthen internal reporting, data analysis, and budgeting. That concludes my presentation, and I believe up next we have Lindsay Saxby.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined by Megan Doran, manager in our customer programs team as well. So Goal 3 is all about how MCE is reducing greenhouse gas emissions through our customer programs and our energy services. Our energy services are high impact, cost effective, and greenhouse gas reducing, and our customer programs are high quality and customer focused. Thank you. So some accomplishments on the energy services side. Since our expansion in April of this year, we've also had to expand the energy deliveries to match our new load. So our portfolio now consists of over 100 energy and resource adequacy contracts with an 89% GHG-free portfolio, which is a great accomplishment ahead of our 81% target for 2019. As you've heard, MCE Solar 1 came online in December of last year. That's a 10.5 megawatt solar project located right here in the city of Richmond. We also expanded our feed and tariff program earlier this year. We added 10 megawatts to the existing program, and we added 20 megawatts to a new program called Fit Plus for projects above 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. The Great Valley Solar 1 project came online in the spring of this year. That's a 100 megawatt solar project located in Fresno County, the largest to be built so far under MCE's portfolio. And we're looking forward to the Voyager Wind project coming online later this year.
Good morning. A few accomplishments that we've had on the customer programs team this year have been, as many of you know, the CPUC finally approved our energy efficiency business plan that equates to an $86 million budget through 2025. With that, we anticipate $7 million in new expenditures from our department in 2019. We are adding another $1.5 million to our low-income families and tenants program. That program is directly integrated into our existing multifamily energy savings program for residents who are income qualified to receive an additional $1,200 per unit in energy saving measures. We've also secured an additional $2.5 million in other grant funding. We secured funds from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to implement our advanced energy Napa rebuild program. We have received funding from the Marin Community Foundation to implement and bring the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative in-house at MCE, allowing us to expand that in future years throughout our service area. Currently, it's only operational in Marin. And we also were awarded a grant from the California Energy Commission to develop the Building Energy Optimization Tool, which will help us analyze and evaluate the appropriate distributed energy resources to place at the best locales within our service area.
Oh, sorry.
Some additional financial highlights. The customer program's spending increased 29% to $2.4 million in fiscal years 2017-2018. The percent of expenditures funded through external resources increased to 79%, meaning we're reinvesting all the funds that we're getting in from outside sources back into the community. And we, along the same lines, our contracts and rebates have increased to 59% of our total expenditures.
All right, so what do these combined efforts all mean for MCE? This means we've reduced over 300,000 metric tons of GHG emissions between 2010 and 2017. So I have some fun figures for you here. That's the equivalent of removing over 66,000 cars from the road for a year, or putting over 15,000 garbage trucks of waste into recycling rather than into the landfill, or switching 10.5 million incandescent lamps to LEDs, which is a lot of lamps. So let's talk about some of the projects we've been working on. We now have 17 renewable energy projects built and delivering power to MCE customers. We have 13 new projects that are being constructed as we speak, with totaling up to 1,500 megawatts of capacity. We have 15 feed and tariff projects. Some of those are currently delivering, some of those are currently being constructed, and some are reserved in our FIT queue. And we have approximately 40 megawatts of local generation, meaning 40 megawatts of projects being constructed in our service area.
and some more some more impacts from our program inception in 2013 to present are over 5,000 megawatt hours saved, 113,000 gas therms saved. We've completed just under 3,000 free energy assessments in our communities, which have translated into just about 2,500 properties actually installing energy-saving measures. That's about an 86% conversion rate, which I'm pretty impressed with. We've served in total just under 13,500 multifamily units. That includes 6,000 units in Rossmore that have been served through common area upgrades. Removing that, we're just under 7,000 units served, and 57% of those are at affordable properties. And looking ahead, I know everyone is super excited about our EV charging program and rebates for vehicles, so I'm going to give a quick update on that next. But we are targeting 540 charging ports through the end of next year, as well as providing rebates for 100 low-income vehicles. And we'll be focusing really the majority of our time on rolling out our energy efficiency business plan. We've been spending the last few months working on regulatory filings, and we're starting to nail down our schedule for solicitations, so stay tuned for those.
And on the energy supply side, we're going to continue making sure that we're meeting our load with our energy deliveries. So that means putting energy on the grid in the morning when folks are waking up, putting energy on the grid when folks are coming home and turning on the lights and turning on AC, not just during the middle of the day. And we're going to continue to maximize and advance our carbon-free energy deliveries.
And a quick update on the EV program. Your board approved our EV and charging program which launched in Q3 of 2018, so just last quarter, with $1.5 million coming directly from MCE revenue going back into the community. The goals of this program were to reduce the 3 greatest barriers to EV adoption, which were lowering cost, charging at workplaces, and charging at home, particularly multifamily properties. So to date, since the program launched in July, we have $560,000 in reserve rebates for the program. We've engaged 160 potential participants, 3 of which have indicated significant interest. 11 of those have already enrolled, accounting for 430 ports. We will have 3 projects completed by mid-October, which equate to 55 ports, and those will be at a county facility, a city facility, and a multifamily property that's actually is participating in our energy efficiency program as well. We have directly engaged all of our member communities. The one thing that we have identified as a potential limitation to the program is that the projected timelines for these projects are a little bit longer than anticipated, and we will need to make sure that we'll have the funds to cover those once they're ready to complete. Brett will be coming to TechCom in November, as well as the board meeting, to give you a more in-depth overview of that. And real quickly, our low-income EV program website just went live. We've sent emails to all of our CARE and FARA customers, and we are exploring implementation opportunities with a local foundation to create access to additional rebates beyond what MCE is providing for qualified customers through the low-income program. And we have been collaborating really closely with our multifamily energy efficiency program to bring this opportunity back to properties that have already participated in the program. Thank you.
Great, and now we're going to hear from Sarah S.T. Smith, who is our Director of Internal Operations.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so goal 4 of our strategic plan is to be efficient in our administration while supporting and developing our team. Our focus areas are streamlining internal processes, building upon workplace tools and infrastructure, and supporting employee well-being and professional growth. Over the past year, there's been a lot going on. Some of our key accomplishments include the opening of MCE's second office in Concord. Opening this office has allowed customers outside of Marin County to reach us more easily and has also allowed our staff to have an established physical presence in our East Bay communities. As a component of opening a second office, we've also been improving upon our internal systems and technologies to promote effective communication and collaboration across the offices and to improve workplace efficiency in general. For example, we've implemented remote meeting technologies, which allows staff and managers to work collaboratively between locations, and hopefully has also assisted in our board members being able to attend our board and committee meetings in a location that is most convenient for you. Alongside the expansion of our service area, MCE's team has grown. We had 47 employees at the time of the 2017 board retreat, and we have right around 60 employees today. One of those new employees is MCE's first ever COO, Vicken, who I'm sure you all have met, and he'll be speaking to you all soon, later today. Some of his focus areas have been to streamline functions within the agency. He has brought subject matter expertise to share with staff and partners alike, and he has also been creating more bandwidth at the executive level to allow better oversight and engagement on key functions and initiatives. And lastly here, MCE has been investing in the ongoing learning and professional development of our employees, helping everyone to maintain skills, supporting growth and advancement, and promoting employee retention. Between September 2017 and today, we've had 60 employees take advantage of more than 100 distinct professional development opportunities. And for the year ahead, the first bullet point here, we have issued a request for proposals for an HR enterprise system and consulting services. Our intention is to automate and streamline HR processes, to improve efficiency, leverage external resources with the most current technologies, and provide an even more streamlined and supportive HR experience for current and future staff. In the area of strengthening information security, we're in the process of hiring an IT systems manager. We've also formed an information security working group to ensure MCE is poised to respond to cybersecurity and other security challenges that may arise in the future. As the CCA community in California grows, MCE is looking to attract and retain the best talent, looking to continue cultivating a workplace culture based on small community, small family feel, learning and innovation, diversity and inclusion, and healthy work-life balance. Vicken will be speaking more to this later today. And it's been mentioned a couple of times before, our solar carport and EV charging system project in the San Rafael office parking lot has broken ground. This should be completed by the end of 2018 or the early months of 2019. This will bring EV charging stations to our parking lot through grants from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and the Transportation Authority of Marin. These EV charging stations will be open to the public, and we're also looking to leverage the MCEV program that Megan mentioned a moment ago to bring EV charging stations to the Concord office complex. That is goal 4 in a nutshell, and next I would like to introduce CC Song, Senior Policy Analyst, who will share highlights from goal 5.
All right. So goal 5 is to support CCA by cultivating key partnerships and opportunities. And we have 3 key goals under this one large goal. One is to build CCA champions who can help support our advocacy effort, either at the regulatory agencies or in the legislature. We also focused on partnering with other organizations or other legislative champions in supporting our policy issues. And then lastly, we collaborate with our sister agencies, other CCAs on a statewide level in supporting this goal. Next slide. So a lot has happened in 2018, and a lot will also continue to develop through the rest of the year. So thus far, we have developed a coordination and collaboration plan with the CPUC and also with our other CCAs on the integrated resources plan that can reflect CCA's procurement autonomy. We will continue to work with the CPUC as this IRP proceeding moves forward. As Megan mentioned earlier, we obtained funding from the CPUC to implement our energy efficiency program. So our team will also focus on implementing this program and ensuring that we meet all the requirements that the CPUC has set. And then we're also increasing the number of educational meetings that we have with key regulatory staff and decision makers, including at the CPUC, at the California Energy Commission, and also other regulatory agencies. Next slide. We're also working to make sure that state policies, either from the legislature or from the regulatory agencies, do not impede our ability to plan for our procurement and implement programs that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we're also, as many of you know, and thank you all so much for collaborating with us and supporting us in creating a non-bypassable charge that is not unreasonable for our customers. And we are continuing to conduct educational outreach to legislators that represent the different areas that MCE serves. And we will also continue to educate them on different policy issues that matter to us in different legislative committees. We're also working to produce high quality information that's more accessible for people who don't necessarily work in the industry and also for community members. And this is really going to help us expand the partnerships that we have. And then lastly, we're hoping to very soon settle on a fair power charge indifference adjustment methodology that does not incur unfair cost shift to CCA customers. So we had a plan, but then also a lot of unexpected things happened. The first one is Resolution E4907. This was a resolution issued by the California Public Utilities Commission that directed when a CCA can launch, which is at the beginning of every calendar year. And each CCA is also required to file an implementation plan a year prior to its launch. So we spent a lot of our staff resources and also worked really collaboratively with our board members to push back against this resolution. The CPUC also released a customer choice white paper, which described the changing landscape in California's energy market, but also unfairly pointed to CCAs as a cause of the uncertainty in the market. So we've been working really closely with the CPUC Energy Division staff on refining this paper and also developing a plan that can help ease the regulators' anxiety. The investor-owned utilities filed a challenge to the CCA Code of Conduct, citing a violation of freedom of speech by prohibiting the IOU from speaking out against the CCAs at local government meetings. This was kind of a big surprise for us, but fortunately that challenge has not really gotten traction. And then lastly, we have some legislative surprises during the legislative season, which we will cover later today. So, accomplishments that happened this year. First, we built and strengthened a lot of relationships with our legislators, with different regulatory agencies, commissioners, and their staff. We also deepened our relationships with community-based organizations, especially the environmental justice groups. We built a lot of partners and stakeholders, and we also worked really closely with labor and workforce organizations through the Supplier Diversity Symposium that you heard about earlier, and also other events that are forthcoming. We utilize many of our legislative ambassadors, so thank you so much for working with us and speaking to legislators that represent the areas that you also serve. And through our ambassadors, we also engage on various legislation this season, including passing the Senate Bill 100 that increased our state's renewable energy policy goal to 60% by 2030. We also pushed back on many different legislative threats, including a bill that would direct all the load-serving entities to purchase renewable energy before the federal tax credits expired. And next slide, sorry. And through these, even though there are a lot of legislative challenges, we're also able to build a robust network of partners to fight back against some of these issues. So this is an example of the partnership that we build by opposing SB 237. This is a bill that was unfortunately passed and signed by the governor to expand the cap for direct access in California. But we also learned that we're built through these partnerships. Hopefully we can leverage them as we implement SB 237. And there will also be a discussion on 237 later today. Next slide. We also supported the development of CalCCA, either through collaboration with existing staff or supporting the building of the infrastructure for CalCCA. And it's really amazing to see that CalCCA now has 3 full-time staff, including the executive director, Beth Vaughn, who will be speaking later today. They also have 2 other staff members, as you can see in the photo. And CalCCA also created an executive committee to help streamline decision-making. Next slide. So looking forward, we hope to continue to build strong relationships for MCE and CCA's positive outcomes. So this includes, building relationships with our legislators, with our legislative champions, with regulators and their staff. And we look forward to producing more impactful, meaningful policy communications and materials to help educate both the regulatory community and also our community partners. And we're also looking forward to continue our collaboration with CalCCA and also with other CCAs across the state. Thank you.
So that was really, Dawn, do you want to say something before we open it up for board comments? Okay. So I'll start. That was really an extraordinary presentation, and we got sort of hit with a lot of really excellent information about accomplishments. I want to take us up to the 30,000-foot level for a second. We've accomplished so much, and a lot of that is really because of the great work of everybody in this room and the communities who are part of MCE. And I think everything that we have done has really had an impact on moving the dial in our communities of hitting a lot of our climate action plan goals and just other development of renewable energy goals. But as everyone was talking, I was thinking about the Governor's Global Climate Action Summit. And I'm sure that many of you were involved in events related to that summit the week before last. And I've always been an impatient person that's encouraged all of us to move more quickly and accomplish things faster. I drive my staff absolutely nuts. And I was glad to see the governor taking that role of really pushing us. And, I thought the Climate Action Summit was so inspiring because of the urgency that many of us have been talking about for a long time, but it was really embodied for me through a lot of those events. And so what this presentation really said to me was, how far we've come, how much we've accomplished, creates a great framework for the conversation we're going to have today. But it really creates an extraordinarily important platform for what we need to do to really step it up. And that was the strong message from the Global Action, the Climate Action Conference Summit, of really what we need to accomplish by 2020. And I think we are so well positioned to make that happen. And sort of reflecting on the scope of this presentation, the substantive impact expansion of renewable energy, all of the expansion of our energy efficiency programs, and are really being in a position to enhance those programs in a meaningful way. But also, while all of the substantive areas of activity were highlighted, we've also been improving this organization and growing it as an organization and paying attention to how we run this organization and employee relations and employee development. And I think we need to be doing all of this. I think the presentation showed that we are, and now we've got to really hit it because we've got a lot to do quickly in the next couple of years. And we've always had that sense of urgency. I think that's part of our mission. But I'm looking forward to our doing it even better and more holistically in the next couple of years. So I would invite other comments or questions from board members. Greg.
Yeah, I want to build on, Kate, your comments. As one of two board members that participated in setting up these goals, Sloan Bailey and I participated in 2016. So these goals are actually not that old. And this is the second year that the staff has used the goals to present to us the annual update. And I'm struck by a couple of things. You know, one, it's a great format for us to get the feedback on our accomplishments and how far our accomplishments have come in just the 18 months that we've been using these goals. And it's striking to me as I look around the room, and one of the presenters talked about the fact that we only had 40-some people last year and we're at greater than 60. And in 2016, I'm sure we had fewer than 40. And so we've had quite a bit of turnover since these goals were established by the staff that worked on them back in 2016. But they seem to still stand the test of time and work as a structure for where we want to go and, as you say, still continue to push the envelope. But I do want to open the floor to say, hey, are they still as fresh as that staff wants as they worked on the presentation? Do the goals need refreshing because of some of the things that as you did your presentation, as you did your work, maybe you came across a goal that needs to be tweaked. And so I just want to make sure that staff feels comfortable at some point opening the door for us to refresh the goals, because as I said, they are approaching 2 years old, actually approaching 3 years old. March of 2016 they were put in place, worked on. So I just want to acknowledge that it's a great format for this update and find out if there's any input that staff would have to modify the goals.
I just want to make sure this is for questions, or are we just... Okay. Comments. I would like to thank the staff for what I know is a difficult situation to come before this process. First, on a question of reserve credit line of $25 million, one of our statements was that we've been stable. Well, our company hasn't been stable. We've had a robust expansion, and we plan to have a robust expansion. I would like to see a review of our credit line policy to see if we can get a much higher reserve credit line. I recognize that we haven't used this, and in many ways, having been in business 50 years, a robust credit line can be a ticket to suicide. But at the same time, I think $25 million at this point is a little bit low considering where we're going and what we've done. So that would be one comment. Second, when we were talking about the EV ports, the 540, there was a comment about that the timeline is being delayed. Maybe I missed something. I don't know what the timeline means in real months. I mean, are we talking... we're not going to see these 540 for the next 3 years, or we're going to see it, sometime at the end of September next year, not this year, or what? So I'd like to see some details on that. The third thing on one of our goals was that we created our risk oversight committee. I don't recall whether we had a full discussion on whether we should have one or more of our elected board members on that risk oversight committee, and I would like to see that maybe reconsidered if it is the pleasure of the board, because after all, it would be our bodies and our time schedules that would be thrown in if we were to be involved in that. So those are my three comment questions, and I'll leave it to you guys. Thank you.
Don or other staff, do you want to address those questions? I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, happy to. Great questions. So I'll start with the first, the question about the strategic plan goals. I think that they have really served as a great framework for us to use as kind of the overarching framework of all of the work that we're doing. We're just completing the end of a 2-year cycle on the strategic plan. So the strategic plan was developed in 2016. We began significant implementation during 2017 through 2018, and there were many, beneath the goals we have tactics, and then we have actions under each. Many of the actions were tied to a period of time, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and because we're coming up on the end of the 2-year cycle, we are evaluating progress on those actions. What we're finding is that while the actions were in many cases, task related, time related, and some of them will be completed and turned over into new actions. The goals themselves and even the tactics below each goal are continuing to have a lot of meaning and continue to be kind of a stable guidepost for staff in all the work that we're doing. So we are in the process of evaluating now if we want to make any adjustments. So your questions are very timely. One of the changes that we are likely to implement in the coming months, once we're done with the evaluation period, is moving to a reporting mechanism internally that allows for more dashboard reporting and metrics-based reporting. We've done a lot of reporting under the strategic plan that's qualitative, and that's been helpful, but we found that the quantitative metrics are the most valuable, and we can use those when we're communicating with the public and, of course, with the board. So that's one subtle shift that we're likely to be incorporating as we transition into the next year. But I really appreciate the question, and we'll be giving you more feedback in future meetings on that. In response to the questions about the line of credit, the Risk Oversight Committee, excellent questions. We're actually going to spend some more time today talking about finance and next steps, so we may get into that. I think that there are certainly pros and cons on having a big line of credit. The truth is we don't need a line of credit. We've had one for a while and haven't needed it, but it was a significant factor in helping us get our credit rating. So I think you're raising a good point that we can discuss further today and potentially in upcoming meetings. The question about the electric vehicle timeline delay, we can follow up with you offline on that, but my understanding is the delay is just a matter of months, certainly not a matter of years. We've done a lot of outreach and actually had a lot of interest already. So
Months answers the question.
Great.
Thank you, and I look forward to the other parts. Thank you.
Great. And the Risk Oversight Committee has been meeting following the plans that were laid out by the board. And we are reporting on a quarterly basis to the technical committee, and I'd be happy to talk to you offline about any other questions you might have.
Other comments or questions from directors on the update? Okay, is there anyone from the public who'd like to make a comment about the strategic plan update? Yes, please, Ed.
MCE's original strategy was, when it was formed, at least Charles McGlashan used to frame it this way, was not only purchasing green power, but building green power out locally. I'd like to suggest that this board get a briefing from East Bay CCA about their distributed renewable development plan. I think I've suggested this to Kate Sears several months ago, but maybe there's a way to get this briefing so you could all understand what the East Bay CCA is doing, the challenges it faces in local build-out, and maybe there's some of the things that they come up with that would be of use to MCE. The other point I'll make is that with regard to credit rating, the credit rating is fine, but if it just sits there and isn't used, what's the point? Charles McGlashan always used to talk about municipal bond capacity of a CCA as most powerful tool, one of the most powerful tools it has for local build-out. So I'd like to see you look at that again and see how you weaponize the credit rating on behalf of municipal bond build-out. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public like a comment on the strategic plan update? Okay, very good. Thanks very much, Don and staff. That was really a great presentation. And I think we're moving on now to our financial statement presentation.
Great. So we are going to hear from David McNeil, our Manager of Finance, and he's going to present the audited financial statements for the last fiscal year.
Thank you. David McNeil, you will be relieved to hear that I'm going to present a condensed version of the financial statements. Each year, MCE and its board contracts with an independent auditor to audit the financial results of the agency at its as of its year end, which is March the 31st. We completed that process for the current fiscal year, and I'm pleased to present these financial statements to your board. I want to pause here at the table of contents just to give you an overview of this. I've got 6 pages here, just so you know. There's about 40 in total. So I'm being selective. And the table of contents is just kind of giving you an overview of what's in there. If you could scroll down just a little bit more, that's great. So we got the independent auditor's report, which I will come back to in a moment. There's a management discussion and analysis of the financial results. And then we get into the financial statements themselves. The statements of net position is essentially the balance sheet. Statements of revenues and expenses is just that. Cash flows. And then finally, the notes to the basic financial statements comprise the balance of the document. They are, if you want to understand how MCE works, they are a useful read. So I would encourage you to read those if you're having trouble sleeping. This is the independent auditor's report. We will hear from a representative from the chair of the audit ad hoc audit committee later in this presentation. But I'm just going to, so Baker Tilly, we contracted with Baker Tilly for the first time. In this past year, they replaced an independent auditor who had been with us since inception, and so the time was right to have a fresh set of eyes take a look at the financial statements, and we went through an RFP process and did due diligence and selected Baker Tilly. They have probably the most experience auditing municipal electric utilities in California. So we felt really good about their competence and their expertise to audit MCE's accounts. We're going to cut to the punchline, which is at the bottom of this page, and I'll just read you the statement. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of Marin Clean Energy as of March 31st, 2018, and et cetera, in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. So that's a clean bill of health from the independent auditor on these financial statements. Keep going. So, as I mentioned, we have, I'm going to show you two of the statements. One is the statements of net position, and statements of net position consists of the assets, liabilities, and what's left over once you subtract the two, which is the net position. So our assets, I will start with what you don't see. If you come down to non-current assets, which is about halfway down the screen, you'll see we have some restricted cash, capital assets, net of depreciation, and a few other things. What you don't see is generating assets. So as most of you know, we don't own generating assets. We contract for energy using PPAs. And the reason we do that is because the tax system in the United States and public policy has designed to encourage renewable energy through tax credits. We can't take advantage of those tax credits, so we let third-party private entities develop the projects, take advantage of the tax credits, and pass on the cost savings to us through lower PPA rates. So the non-current assets, sorry, can we just go back up to the top there? So you'll see we have total assets of 68 million and 34 million of cash. So roughly half of our assets are held in cash. And the rest of the assets that we have are liquid in nature. So they're referred to as current assets, and they generally become cash within a 12-month period. So the asset portion of our balance sheet is highly liquid and of good quality. Scrolling down, we have liabilities. These consist almost entirely of accrued cost of electricity. So that's never going to go away. That's just in the nature of our business that we owe some money for electricity at any given time. And then the difference between those, and there's of course no debt there. The difference between those two numbers is the net position. And you'll see with the change in net position over the course of the year, we increase the net position from 44 million to 50 million. Sashi. That is a very good question. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a complicated answer, so the reason for it has to do with the closing of the Shell lockbox. And that kind of changed the way in which we pay for stuff and when we pay for it. So that, for those keeping score, reduction in accrued cost of electricity impacted our cash flow and our cash contribution generation for the year. But I consider it to be it's material, but it's not significant. It was a sort of a one-time event having to do with some restructuring of our and a positive restructuring. Getting rid of the lockbox was cash flow positive for MCE on a net basis. Okay, any other questions? Scrolling down. Our revenues increased 15%, going from memory, over the course of the year. That represented that occurred because of an expansion that occurred actually in the previous fiscal year. It only occurred halfway through the previous fiscal year, so you're getting the full year impacts in 2018 of that expansion. And that accounts for most of the increase, both in terms of revenues and costs. You'll notice the operating income declined in 2018, and that was more or less by design. If you can just scroll down a little bit further, we'll take a look at the change in net position. There you go, change in net position. So we had a change in net position in 2017 of 15 million, that declined to 6. And the reason for that primarily has to do with the reduction in rates, which were approved by your board, and those savings were passed on to customers, but that reduced our margins and reduced our contribution to the net position. We were generally in line with budget, and we did not exceed for any of the budget line items. We did not exceed our authorized limits. the contribution to the net position was a little bit lower than budget, about 25% lower than what we budgeted. And that, there's some stories there that XCOM and other committees of the board have heard before, but having to deal with energy price volatility and some market volatility resulted in that margin compression. That concludes my presentation of the financial statements. And as you will recall, the board created an ad hoc audit committee in March of last year, as it's done in previous years. That committee convened at a meeting in April and then again in August. And I will turn it over to Bob McCaskill to report out on the work of that committee.
Thank you, David. As David said, the audit committee met with representatives of Baker Tilly, which are MCE's new auditors, last month following the completion of the audit for the year ended March 31st, 2018. The additional members of that committee are Don Tatson from Lafayette and Andrew McCullough from San Rafael. Baker Tilly issued, as David indicated, a clean opinion for MCE's financial statements and reported no exceptions or major issues. A good part of the committee's meeting was devoted to discussion with the auditors and MCE staff about MCE's plans to implement additional internal controls to reconcile the actual customer billing amounts that are determined by Calpine Energy Services, with which MCE contracts for all of the utility billing services. And in general, the committee was supportive of those plans. Finally, the committee, as is custom with auditors, met in private with the auditors without the presence of any MCE staff present, and during which time the auditors again expressed that they had no concerns about the financial statements or the internal controls of MCE. The only other comment that I would make is I would encourage all the members of the board, even though the numbers in the audit report, the financial statements are challenging, if you go to page 14, that's where the notes are, and the notes are generally written in layman's terms. There's about 7 or 8 pages of notes. I would encourage you to read those notes. Again, it's in layman's terms. I think it provides or reminds you of a lot of important financial aspects of the organization. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I thought I would just take a moment to let the board know that I will be moving on from MCE and have accepted a position down with the CCA in Los Angeles, and we'll be starting down there next month. So leaving MCE but staying within the CCA family. I wanted to thank all of you. It's been a great pleasure to work with you, both professionally and personally. I've learned a great deal and have enormous respect for the contribution that you all provide to this agency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and we've really benefited a lot from having you here, and we wish you every success in your new venture. So thanks again.
Do we have
any
questions?
Comments or questions from the board? Yes, please.
Yeah,
David, don't leave. Don't leave.
Don't leave. Back.
Back. Come on back.
All right. I just wanted to go over, in my own brain and publicly, you're showing under operating revenues in 17 we had 170 or 181 million dollars all in, and in 18 we have 205 million. So that's an increase of 24 million. But under expenses, you show that we had 166 million, and we wind up with this year 199. That's about 33 million. So in effect, that's not a good thing, is it? That our expenses have increased much more than our revenues.
So let me comment on the wholesale resources sales. We ended up with because our load came in a little bit lower than expected. We ended up with a little bit more energy than we needed, and so we sold that into the wholesale market, and that's reflected in the 2.5 million number. The cost associated with that is included in cost of electricity. So I broke out the retail sales and the wholesale sales so you could see the difference, but it didn't really make sense to break that out from the break out that in terms of cost of energy. I think more generally what you're alluding to when you refer to the increase in revenues versus a greater increase in cost of electricity is margin compression, and that's exactly what we experienced in the last year, and that was largely a result of rate reduction.
Well, actually, what I was just taking it back one more step. If the overall revenue went up 24 million and the overall expenses went up 33 million, that's what I wanted to comment. I mean, that's a 9 million and change move to the negative. That's I wanted to have you address whether that's going to continue. How do we address that, or am I just being too alarmist?
No, you're not being too alarmist. I think it's a fair and accurate observation, and you can see it in the bottom line. Our operating income declined from 15 million to 5. So is that going to persist? The answer is no. In fact, as we expanded MCE's service territory in May of this year and procured power at lower market rates, we reduced our average cost of power, and that's allowing us to make a very significant, that's widening the margins again and allowing us to make a very significant contribution to the net position in the current fiscal year.
Could I add on one comment?
Please.
David, thank you. I just wanted to point out that one of the main things happening during that period was we went through a very big expansion in our service area, practically doubling our service area. And that meant that we needed to invest a lot of dollars up front in that process. We tend to take there's a little bit of a dip when we're doing an enrollment year because of the dollars that need to be put out up front, and then those dollars are recouped the subsequent year. So I think that combined with the rate reduction that the board approved that year prior resulted in what you're seeing there. It's a great observation.
Questions or comments from the board? Ray, thank you.
David, thank you. Just to follow up on that, could you remind us what the budgeted operating income expected for this fiscal year?
Budgeted contribution to the net position is 55 million.
So that would be going from 17, 18, then to 19, it would be 15 million, drop into about 6 million, and then going up to 55 million.
That's what we have reflected in the budget.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Any comments from the public on the report on the financial statements? Okay, seeing none. All right. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Great. John, do you want to, our next item before our break is positioning MCE for the future. You want to kick this off, Dawn?
Yeah, I'm going to kick it off, and then we're going to hear from Viken Kasarjian as our presenter on this item. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context that the next few items on your agenda are going to go from internal to external to statewide. So we're going to start off here talking a little bit about improvements that we think we can make internally within our staff, our processes, creating efficiencies. As MCE has grown over the last year, we've added a new office. We have a lot more contracts, power supply contracts in our portfolio, more vendors that we're working with. And so one of the themes and one of the things that Viken's been really helping our agency to focus on is creating some efficiencies at scale. So he's going to talk a bit about that. The item after our break is going to still be an MCE perspective, but looking externally at how we're influencing stakeholders outside of our agency, how we're interacting from an external perspective. And then in the afternoon, we're going to shift gears and talk about what's happening statewide on the CCA front. We're going to hear from the Executive Director of Cal CCA, who's already here. Thank you for being here, Beth. And then we're going to hear, again, on the statewide front, what's happening from the California Independent System Operator, the folks that manage the grid here in the state. So with that, I want to turn it over to Vicken to talk about positioning ourselves for the future from an internal perspective.
Well, hello, everybody. I want to begin by echoing Madam Chair's words that you spoke right after the accomplishments about flexibility, speed, stepping up, improvement. Oh, wow, okay. Just to repeat myself, I just wanted to echo the words you used about hearing about our accomplishments, that we need to step up, we need to do things better, we need to do things faster. So that's the premise that we're going by, and I'm really, really proud to bring this to you with Don's significant help in what we're looking at doing with you for the future of MCE. So just as a reminder, we have our really Herculean goals that are quite unique, quite different from any other municipality or investor-owned utility I've seen. Our mission statement of addressing climate change by reducing energy-related greenhouse gas emissions through renewable energy supply and energy efficiency at stable and competitive rates for customers while providing local economic and workforce benefits it's not an easy task, and yet we've been doing it quite well. We have our challenges, but we'll face them. So as far as the strategic goals, effectively serving our customers, as you heard, retaining financial stability, reducing our GHG from the portfolio further. We're going to expand a little bit now on the attracting and retaining the best staff that we have and we may have in the future, and supporting CCAs through partnerships. So for internal certainty, our intent is to provide the board with even a bigger picture of items in view and focus. We would like to kind of step away a little bit from time-consuming and routine activities and bringing you more timely global information. The other point we wanted to mention is that we want to invest in MCE staff. We want to continue to attract and retain the best. For that, we did a quite large survey of comprehensive benefits plans across the state of California, including all municipalities, all of your memberships, investor-owned utilities, and federal and state utilities. And we, as you heard previously, we invested in we are investing in complete HR service providers. We are trying to learn about how we can do things better and faster. For internal continuity, we are as we're doing things better and faster, we are thinking of continuing to retain our scheduling coordinator provider, even though MCE is now the registered SC at the California ISO, but the work is provided by a service provider. So we may need to grow in subject matter expertise in the staff to know better about how scheduling is done, how day-ahead markets run, how probably real-time markets are run, to further optimize our portfolio and bring value to MCE and customers. We want to continue retaining our customer billing and call centers. Having said that, we are studying our risk on data and cybersecurity and even physical security of our assets, primarily data, and we will bring that to you in the near future. As far as internal effectiveness, internal streamlining, we are working on providing to you a multi-year out financial forward-looking information, not only 1 year out that you would consider to provide your approval, but we would like to provide certainty in our programs, in our resources moving forward. So within the board-approved budget implementation, what we're going to provide to you is to right-size and make much more effective the human resources function at MCE. We are working on utilizing an HR service provider. We are really adamant on providing you timely and correct information to increase our effectiveness at MCE with the board. And then we have implemented, and we may continue tweaking it on uniform approval of staff job class ranges. That's allowing the agency to adjust and fill positions within the boundaries of your approved budget. Now, as far as the strength, challenges, and opportunities, some examples here. We are tremendously strong with all of us together. Your board is, in my opinion, it's amazing. The member agencies, the committed, energized staff that continues to amaze me almost on a daily basis. We have amazing local community programs that attracts and retains our customers to MCE's mission and leadership, the relationships we have, and our strength is our proximity to our customers. Now, as far as challenges, it became quickly apparent that not having real-time customer information in real time is a significant challenge. To know what your customer is doing to implement and effectively implement our programs, we may need to find a way, how do we see our own customers in real time? And as far as opportunities, we want to evaluate the feasibility and grow multi-year programs, not just one year at a time. We want to give that certainty to our customers to participate and engage in implementing a multi-year project. And last but not least, we want to attract and retain the best talent possible at MCE.
And we've really structured this as kind of an introduction to tee up feedback from the board. You know, again, with the internal focus, we have we have a little bit of time before our morning break, so we'd love to hear any feedback or discussion on this item.
Comments for Andrew?
Vicken, you've raised a number of really interesting issues here, and I'm only going to pick one of them, trusting that others here will pick on others.
Okay.
But the last issue you raised, or next to last issue, is limited access to customer data in real time. Can you elaborate a little about what that challenge is? I mean, I think we understand what the challenge is, but what the options are that may be available to us, and the feedback therefore you're soliciting.
I need to refrain myself from talking too much because that's a lot in there. So several years ago, the investor-owned utilities in California invested, I think, close to $10 billion in implementing smart meters at basically all customers. Those smart meters provide all the way down to 15-minute information, are supposed to provide 15-minute information or an aggregated hourly information. The data that we receive from PG&E and it gets filtered and it gets to our service provider, it could be at least a day or two old for us to manage our billing, and our systems. So specifically, let's say we are implementing some form of a program to see how we can, let's say you live in the Concord area and you may have an air conditioning unit, that we have a program that you will allow us, with your approval, to raise your temperature setting by 2 degrees to offset, to do some demand side management or demand response based on a particular price signal or usage level that we would establish mutually together, right? We do not have that visibility to know what is it that do you even have the AC on? We don't know. So does that help?
It does, but where is the impediment? Is it PG&E in the interface, or is it the adoption, or whatever the reverse of that is, of smart meters at the customer level?
Yeah. I need to do some more digging or investigating to find out the technicalities around the smart meter, the communication from the smart meter to specific centers and the dissemination of data. I'm also looking at analytics on how we may model, in addition to weather patterns. Data is going to be very important. So I'm looking at those things, and we'll bring the findings to you. Thank you.
Other comments or questions from the board? Yeah, sorry, just a minute. Yeah, let me come down there.
Thank you for the presentation. And the opportunities to help me understand, I was wondering if you could provide some, at least conceptual examples of what kinds of multi-year programs we might contemplate.
Yeah, I think one of the things that fits into that category that kind of triggered the conversation is our electric vehicle program. So we, your board authorized an expenditure during the current fiscal year on electric vehicles, and we are in the process of identifying applicants to receive rebates along those lines. But there are some that we expect won't be completed by the end of our fiscal year, and so making sure that there's not upfront investment and then a lack of funds available for those projects that are in the queue. We have some good solutions on that, but that's just one example. I think there are others. Do you want to add anything, Vicken?
Barbara?
Yeah, Barbara Kohler, Fairfax. Just a question. I think one of the things we saw over last year is with the growth in personnel and some of the challenges we experienced, that we do need more human resources expertise. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the investment in complete HR service providers and systems, and what do you see that kind of covering? Is that people? Is that just payroll? Or maybe you can just expand on that, because I do think, you know, Dawn and staff have done an excellent job, but it is time to step it up a little bit.
Make one comment, and then you can add on. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, because you've provided some good recommendations on that front. We actually have a contract in place with Susan Hollingshead, who's assisting us with kind of analyzing where we can create some efficiencies in a wide range of areas. Recruitments, automating benefits and evaluation processes, payroll, providing more automation and streamlining in payroll, doing a better job of our recruitments. I think we live in a beautiful area, a beautiful community, and letting folks know how great the Bay Area is and why it'd be great to work for MCE. I think we can increase our marketing a bit on the attracting new applicants and increasing our applicant pools. So there's a wide range of areas that we're looking at, and this new consultant that we brought on board is assisting us in a couple of those areas already, and we expect to expand that a bit going forward. And then Vicken led a pretty comprehensive analysis looking at benefits in other communities, as he mentioned. So there's been a very specific effort on that. Do you want to say any more about that, Vicken?
Yeah, sure.
So as far as the benefits package, you know, I mentioned we surveyed the whole state. Our intent is to make sure that at 100% of all levels of staff, we equally provide some form of certainty and attractiveness to come to this beautiful area. So, you know, advertisement is core of business, and we want to do a better job of it so that we can attract and retain the best out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's interesting news.
She's pretty good, by the way, so we're looking forward to working with her.
Other comments or questions from the board? Yes.
Eddie Bursan, Concord. Part of our goals, as stated here, is to support CCAs through partnerships. I would like us to look at expanding the concept of partnership to include mergers and acquisitions. Now, I understand that there is a regulatory issues become involved, but I would like to point out to the board that all of us are elected officials. We're in the law-making business, which means we're in the law-changing business. Again, as an industry, we're at a point where we've seen a lot of expansion. The next phase should be mergers and acquisitions, and I think that we, as the leaders in the start of all this, should also begin to at least establish within our structure a group or some focus to be able to look at this and be able to move quickly as the opportunities rise in the next 4 years, 3 years. And it starts with looking beyond just partnerships. Thank you.
Rich, please. Good morning.
Rich Carlson from Walnut Creek. I'll speak louder. The question I had to do with the study that's being done. It started in August of this year. What's the target end date for that study? And when do you think information about benefits and so forth might be forthcoming to the board?
Yeah, great question. Actually, we will be discussing the results in our executive committee meeting next Friday. So it's just a week away. The packet going out to the executive committee will go to all board members, so everyone will see it, and that'll be going out, I believe, later today. So we're moving pretty quickly on that, and we have some recommendations that can move forward very, very soon after they've been discussed at the executive committee.
The other question I had was with respect to the projecting future expenses in a long-term financial plan, I assume. What's the anticipated length of that projection?
As you know, we depend a lot on PG&E's budget process. But our intent is to go as far as, let's say, 3 to 5 years with the board, with you, to if we have any actual commitments that go up that far, so that you know that, let's say, you're voting on an item that is $1 million a year going up for 10 years or what have you, we're gonna start populating those numbers looking into the future, so that you, looking forward, you only don't look at 1 year, but you see what your commitments are going to look at and what your options may be. That's the intent, to give you further outlook.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just following up on that for a minute, at the County of Marin, we do 2-year budgets and we do a 5-year look forward. And I'm not suggesting that's necessarily the right time period for this agency, but it is extraordinarily helpful to have that future look forward. And so I'm glad that we're making that particular enhancement. And more generally, I think, it's absolutely the right time to be focusing on these internal issues, Vicken, and I really appreciate the experience that you've had in other entities and bringing that knowledge to us. It's kind of a potpourri here of things that fall within your purview that you've been talking to us about. I think we'd all agree in really professionalizing and enhancing our HR capabilities is absolutely crucial. I think developing and investing in data analytics so is really also something that's very important, so I'm glad to see that on your list. And then also enhancing how our board operates and making sure that we're getting the kind of quality information that we need, but also we're addressing the kinds of issues that board should be addressing. And so I appreciate your looking at that. You know, what's the kind of topics that really are no longer a board, should be a board focus. It was one thing when MCE was Marin Clean Energy and was a small entity, and we were essentially a startup. We are no longer a startup, and we do need to be regularizing our board priorities and operation capabilities. So I'm glad you're here with this basket of rather diverse responsibilities that I think will help us be the professional organization that we need to be. So other comments or questions from board members? Okay, seeing none. Anyone from the public want to comment on this internal operations issue? Okay, seeing none, I think we are rapidly approaching our break, which is good news. Dawn, is there anything that you want to say to us? So it would be great if we could be back in 10 minutes or as close to that as humanly possible, and we will reconvene then. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we are back. Welcome back. And we are on item 6 on our agenda, addressing external challenges and opportunities. So, Dawn, you're going to kick us off here today.
I am. I'm going to kick you off. So this section of our agenda has 2 parts, and we're going to start by talking about external challenges and opportunities on the regulatory front. Then we're going to shift gears and talk about external challenges and opportunities on the legislative front. So the first section is going to be covered by CC Song, the Senior Policy Analyst on our regulatory and legislative team. She's been doing a lot of work firsthand on this topic, and it's really great to have her here representing the team. So go ahead, Cece.
Thank you, Dawn. All right. So to start off, we'll talk about some of the regulatory challenges that we've been seeing and that we think will drive our advocacy effort in the coming years. So first, you have heard about the customer project. It was a paper that was released by the CPUC after holding a series of customer choice en bancs. And Chair Steers participated in one of them. I think John's spoken at a few as well. And there's some of this bias about what's happening in the market as it relates to CCA development. Moving on, we also see some of the challenges remaining with the exit fees, namely the power charge indifference adjustment, the PCIA. We're also seeing some challenges in terms of negotiating the differences between the CPUC's integrated resource planning process and our own internal IRP process. One is definitely more of a regulatory compliance. The other one for us, it's very important for our strategic decision making. We saw the CPUC implementing some changes in the resource adequacy program, and we foresee that the CPUC may even implement more changes in the resource adequacy program, such as developing a central buyer framework that could potentially be very costly for ratepayers, especially CCA customers. And then lastly, the CPUC and the California Energy Commission have been developing greenhouse gas emissions calculation methodologies in parallel, but unfortunately, these methodologies don't seem to sync with each other well. So we're also seeing some challenges there in communicating the differences to our customers and the larger public. So more in details about the customer choice project. You may recall this quote from the CPUC President Picker. He says, in the last regulation, we had a plan, however flawed. Now we are deregulating the electricity market through dozens of different decisions and legislative actions, but we do not have a plan. If we're not careful, we can drift into another crisis. I think we see I think where we differ from President Picker is that we actually see this as more of an opportunity rather than a challenge. That we're seeing a lot of environmental and rate benefits for the customers in California, going from a integrated IOU-centric market to a more decentralized market that's served by many CCAs. We'll talk about that a little later. Talk about the opportunities a little later, and then a little bit more about the Customer Choice Project. The white paper highlights a few different items that having more choice in the market could jeopardize. One, reliability, and that's largely because the CPUC believes that now that there are more entities that they need to coordinate with, now that there are more entities that are taking on the responsibility for reliability, it would be difficult for them to implement their program. That's not necessarily true because to date, not a single CCA has failed the year-ahead resource adequacy requirement. The CPUC also sees some challenges related to emergency response coordination during crisis, especially during the wildfires. They are claiming that customer choice leads to inequity for the investor-owned utilities, implying that there is some sort of essential cost shift from CCA customers to IOU customers that's unfair. They are, of course, concerned about their ability to oversee all the entities that are providing services in the electricity market. We are very loud and clear in saying to them that our procurement and planning is directed by our board of directors, not by the CPUC, and I think that raises some concerns for the regulators. And then lastly, the customer choice is also stating that having more parties being involved in the market is providing more market uncertainty. Next, I'll talk a little bit about what's happening in the power charging difference adjustment PCIA proceeding. So you may recall the commission initiated this proceeding to re-examine the PCIA back in 2017. So earlier this year, in January, they held a workshop to examine different methodologies proposed by different parties, including CCAs and the IOUs, to look at how to create a methodology that could fairly assess the exit fee. Opening testimony and rebuttal testimony were due in April. And then in May, a week of evidentiary hearings were held. The commission proposed a decision and also an alternate decision in August. I think between those two, the alternative proposed decision will result in a higher exit fee for CCA customers, and we're definitely in the midst of advocating against that. We were originally expecting a decision by yesterday, but in kind of good news, they delayed the final decision voting date to October 11th. So hopefully that shows that they're considering some of the arguments that CCAs have presented. And then we're also expecting the implementation of a new methodology starting in early 2019. So those were the challenges. Now I'm going to talk about the opportunities that we see moving forward. So first of all, even though the Customer Choice Project kind of portrays CCAs in a negative light, we also see this as an opportunity for us to reframe that whole project by putting forth an idea that a diverse energy market does not necessarily equal the deregulation that we all saw back in early 2000s or late 1990s, and that each CCA is being governed by our local officials would actually strengthen market competition because there is more transparency, more accountability, and that we're willing to work with different agencies such as the CPUC and the Energy Commission to ensure that we achieve state policy goals. And these state policy goals are, one, decarbonization, and MCE has always exceeded the state's minimum requirement for renewable energy. Right now, it's the 33% by 2020, and we're already above and beyond that. A second goal is reliability, and we have invested over $1.6 billion to build 813 megawatts of new renewable projects in California, ensuring that there is enough energy supply to serve our customers. And the third goal of the customer choice project states affordability is an important element for the market, and as you know, we seek to maintain affordable rates, and it's often lower than PG&E's rates, even when we're counting the PCIA and other exit fees. We also still see a role for the investor-owned utilities, and looking forward to collaborate with them in a diverse energy marketplace. They are still the transmission and distribution system providers for our customers. They still maintain important data to support grid operation. And, you know, I think in the case of the wildfires, we are also seeing CCAs collaborating with the investor-owned utilities as they dispatch their first responders. And we also see a role for the CPUC, even in a market, you know, where there are more regulatory bodies directing different CCAs to procure and plan. They can still set and enforce different standards, for instance, the Renewable Portfolio Standard Program and also the Resource Adequacy Program, to ensure that we meet our environmental and reliability goals. They can protect our right to procurement autonomy and, you know, not let, I think, for instance, not establish a central procurement entity that could be bad for the ratepayers and really undermine our procurement autonomy. They can ensure that the IOUs and the CCAs or other load-serving entities are competing, you know, with fair rules. They still have a role to protect customers, facilitate dialogues between stakeholders, regulators, and the legislators. And we also put forth a proposal that the CPUC could hold an annual en banc on the state of the electricity market to engage different stakeholders in collaborative and proactive conversations so that we don't repeat what happened in energy crisis in early 2000s. And these are some of the proceedings that we're tracking, monitoring, working closely, because we see them as an opportunities for different reasons. I'll highlight a couple of them. For instance, safeguarding a reliable electricity system. We're participating actively in the resource adequacy proceeding and also the integrated resources planning proceeding to ensure that the ultimate policies that are adopted will provide standards for all load-serving entities to comply. To provide affordable electricity and protect consumers, we're also participating in a wide set of rate-setting proceedings, for instance, the PCIA proceeding and residential rate reform that's related to the time of use rate that will default for residential customers in 2020. And then, you know, lastly, achieving California's environmental decarbonization goals. We're watching all these proceedings to make sure that CCAs play a strong role in reducing carbon emissions in California, and that we are seen as a partner for the CPUC and other decision makers. So this kind of wraps up my presentation, and you know, definitely welcome more questions and responses, I think, after Emily's presentation.
Yeah, and thanks, Emily. Before we launch into the legislative, I just want to offer a couple of takeaways. I think that, you know, what what CC has covered is, it's pretty compelling. You know, there has been a lot of change just in the last 2 years statewide with all the CCA growth that we're going to hear about more in the afternoon. And I think this is really causing a need for a big role change, both for the investor-owned utilities and for the CPUC. I think there's a lot of kind of head scratching about what should the new roles be. I think that as CC has outlined, imposing new rules seems to be the approach that the CPUC is taking. That's what they're used to doing. And the real message that we've responded with is, hey, let's collaborate together. We are local government partners. We're capable of making our own rules, but we want to be partners with you and collaborate. So we'd love to get feedback from the board on how that's going. Are there things we could be doing differently or better to communicate those messages on the regulatory front? So be thinking about that while we hear the next half of this topic, which is focused on the legislative front. And I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce Emily Pappas. Many of you have met with her in the past. She's been with MCE for many, many years, but some of you probably haven't met with her. She spends most of her time in Sacramento doing really good work for us. So I'll just say a little bit about her. And I don't want to embarrass you, Emily, but I might. I have to start off with this. After being voted one of two up-and-coming up-and-comer lobbyists by the Capitol lobbyists in 2006 and receiving the Rising Star Award by Capital Weekly magazine. Emily Pappas became a partner with Lehman, Levi, Pappas, and Sadler in 2009. And then in 2014, she transitioned to forming a company of her own, Namella Pappas and Associates. And she directly manages a wide variety of clients ranging from product manufacturers in the agricultural, technology, energy, and food processing fields to local governments and even educational institutions. Her skills have been honed by experience working in the White House, the U.S. Embassy in France, the California Governor's Office, the State Senate, and at the local level in the Central Valley. She has her bachelor's degree in political science from Davis, completed studies at the Institute on Comparative Political and Economic Systems at Georgetown University, and holds a master's degree from the California State University at Sacramento. Her expertise in both the legislative and regulatory branches of government have resulted in really great value and benefit to MCE and the CCA movement at large, and we're really grateful to have her here today. So Emily, you can take it from here.
Thanks, Dawn, and it is really nice to see familiar faces, but then also to see so many new faces. Representing MCE has been one of my pride clients since the get-go, and every year there's always some stressful battle at the end of legislative session, so stressful that 2 years ago, our last child was born as a result of it in the last week of session. So anyway, it's been a pride. We love working on the issue, despite how stressful and targeted we are in the Capitol every year. But it's been fun to see the growth of supporters legislatively, and I'll share some more about how I think you all can help us be more successful. So I wanted just to go over some of the threats that MCE mitigated legislatively this year, and then the next two slides will talk about a specific bill in particular that we faced and how we worked on it. Legislative fights ahead, and then finally, keys to success, which again talks about working with you all on helping us do that. So up here, you'll see three bills that were mitigated. The first was SB 1088 by Senator Dodd, who actually is one of our MCE elected officials. And he, obviously, given the horrible damage of the fires in his district, was one of the original authors of a wildlife liability package bill. Unfortunately, one of the provisions in that bill that was really pushed forward by IBEW contained an attack on CCA's ability to own and operate DERs and grid reliability services. So thanks to really helpful CCA legislators pushing back on the author's office on that piece in particular, we gained traction. However, it wasn't enough traction in the beginning to actually get those amendments in. And then thankfully, 5 CCA legislators in the Senate called a meeting with the pro tem, the Democratic leader, Senator Atkins, saying, we're not okay with this bill going forward, even though it does all these other great things, as long as this piece impacting CCAs negatively is removed. And so fortunately that meeting happened, and there was a commitment that that piece would no longer remain in that bill. So the bill ended up being morphed into another vehicle without those harmful CCA provisions in there. So that was something that was mitigated this year. The second bill, SB 1347 by Senator Stern, was a procurement mandate of 2,000 megawatts, sponsored by Southern California Edison and supported by the rest of the IOUs. So we were able to successfully amend the bill to allow CCAs to self-procure, because before that we weren't allowed to. It was going to be the IOUs procuring on your behalf. And then we also eliminated, there was unfair cost protection language specifically in the bill targeted at CCAs that we were able to get removed. The bill ultimately did not pass out of the Appropriations Committee, which is an overall, fine thing for us, but the negative language at least had been taken out through lobbying this year. And then finally, SB 1399 by Senator Scott Wiener would have required the IOUs to establish a tariff for credit by DER. And I want to be, in full disclosure, Senator Wiener has also been a really wonderful CCA legislator and representative. He's fabulous. So in this one, strategically, we didn't want to go in with this really aggressive oppose, because he always is, helpful with the CCAs. And so we worked with the author's office, which would have resulted in cost shifting to customers. And the bill did not because of our opposition, but the bill ended up not passing through the legislature this year. So that was another mitigated threat. And so these next two slides are on one of the bills that the governor just signed, I believe, last week, SB 237 by Senator Hertzberg, direct access. We had been hearing rumors about this bill as a way for IBEW to go after CCAs since January. And then again, we didn't see anything through the whole legislative session until we had a lovely gut and amend of a bill that in which this bill was put into place. So the bill originally would have had an unlimited cap on DA, or direct access energy transactions, in IOU territory. And unfortunately, we don't want to be out there arguing, oh, this isn't fair, because we're all CCAs, MCE, we're all about competition, and we didn't want to come across as, well, we don't want DA to succeed. So we really focused our opposition on the environmental backsliding concerns, as well as on the cost shifting to CCA customers. Unfortunately, we were able to get the bill pared down in the assembly that would it would only be a study bill for the CPUC on lifting the cap by 15% instead of unlimited. We had certain mixed reactions from the CPUC as far as staff or commissioners on where they were on the bill. Ultimately, the bill was signed by the governor again 2 weeks ago. A lot pared down from what the bill originally was, but still of impact to CCAs. And I'll talk about, in the next two slides, I think the strengths and weaknesses and lessons learned, because this will be important as we go into face difficult bills going forward. So as far as strengths, Shalini and the MCE policy team worked overtime to build this huge coalition of opposition, including NGOs, EJ communities, and munis. And that was the first time we had really seen such a robust letter, and of something that you guys did so well. And then we kept messaging, again, around environmental backsliding and building green credibility versus what labor wanted us to argue as far as, oh, this isn't fair, and we didn't want to go down that path. So we kept it to the green arguments. Third, we identified new champions as leaders in the assembly, and our floor vote came within one vote. So in the past, negative CCA bills have always been killed over in the Senate House. We actually hadn't seen in the last few years any time where CCA legislators had been tested over in the Assembly. So this was the first year where this bill was over in the Assembly, and we were really able to work with the MCE legislators to get them to understand that this bill wouldn't be good for their communities. And again, we came within one vote, and I believe most of, if not all of MCE's electeds in Sacramento were with us, which was great. Yeah, and then MCE's delegation, McGuire, Glazier, Levine, Skinner, Baker, all very helpful for you to know. So on lessons learned, weaknesses. What we were faced with is going up against a bill sponsored by IBEW, electric service providers that do business, with CCAs, that do have clout in Sacramento politically, politically and relationship-wise. I'll leave it at that. I think the IBEW support, again, every year we've seen a bill introduced against CCAs, and this was something they were very passionate about, which translates into aggressive lobbying. We unfortunately had a Republican caucus position of support on the bill. So at face value, that means that all Republicans would typically follow their caucus lead and vote in support. And that was because of the cost reduction argument that DA would provide a cost savings to some of their constituencies. So that was another battle we faced. The gut and amend nature, as in the bill was not introduced in January, meant that we didn't get to go through the whole full vetting process of committees, and instead had about a month to deal with this bill instead of the whole year. We had many newer CCA legislators that weren't aware of the CCA footprint in their districts, partially because maybe CCAs hadn't done that outreach, partially because we have a lot of new CCAs in our state, so those relationships haven't been built yet. The elected to elected outreach was not optimal. So, for example, one of you all speaking with your elected, and we actually had, I think, good example for MCE, but generally there was a lack of that. And we also had the PCI ask at the commission at the same time. So in that last week of session, when the focus was on this bill, there were also folks focused on the PCIA and getting legislators to send in a letter opposing or asking for a delay. So that caused, folks to pick or choose legislative-wise. Do we want to help with PCIA or do we want to help defeat this bill? So legislative fights ahead, and I can talk about how we can improve on maybe some of those weaknesses. Will we need or see a PCI reform or cleanup bill? And I think that depends on the outcome of CC mentioning the October 11th actions and going forward. Will we see a distributed energy resource expansion, which would result in cost shifting bill? I can guess 100% or 99% we'll see additional procurement mandate bills. And those aren't always bad as long as CCAs have the ability to procure on our own versus costs getting passed to us from IOU procurement. Will we see centralized procurement proposals? Again, there was a lot of that discussed coming out of the CPUC report earlier this year, but then also from legislative staff. And then I can guess in general we'll see continued attacks just on CCA success expansion in the state. So just my two wrap-up slides are what can you do? And I think the key for us in a time where you, for example, see IBEW gave $1 million during the last month of August alone. That's not to the rest of what they give. When you're dealing with those kind of political giving and relationships, all we really have, in addition to hard work, is the relationships you have with your legislators. That's so important to them because you represent the constituencies that are also voting for them. So I think a few of these items, educate them on whenever you see them, whether it's in a meeting in their office or in a local event, educate them on what programs CCAs are implementing in MCE territory. We are going to work internally on relationship mapping with your policy team. And I think that would be hopefully working with you all and letting us know, hey, I have a good relationship with Senator Skinner. I have a good relationship with this person. Or, hey, I'm going to be at this annual feed dinner, and I believe Senator X will be there. Those things are really important to us to know, because depending on the timing, it may be helpful for you then to say, hey, this bill is really detrimental to MCE. For you or your staffs to establish relationships with the legislative staff in the district is great, and the Capitol's fine, great too. If you think of any local events in your cities that are happening that might be great for them to attend, extending those invitations. And then I think also key is following up with thank yous and public recognition. So as I talked about earlier, since this is the first time we actually had your assembly members help vote against bills that we didn't like, it's really important for you to send, if you can, though I know MCE policy staff is doing the same, is to send personalized thank you letters to them. And we are happy to draft the content of it for you to transcribe. We are happy to do all of that. It's just, I think, really helpful for them to hear from you the importance of their vote or help. And then I think just generally, MCE and the policy team, and through Dawn, who is relentlessly in Sacramento, or continued staff briefings in the legislature. Your MCE team here has done a really good job sending us whenever you have information or good news or press releases or new ribbon cuttings. They send us the information and we give that to your legislative offices. We're going to have a new administration going into next year, which means new appointees in various regulatory agencies as well as in the governor's office. And so that's going to be important to build on next year. And maybe you know some of the folks already. Building and maintaining strong coalition partners with NGOs, environmental community. As I mentioned earlier, MCE policy team did a really good job with that and trying to defeat the DA bill. But if you have relationships with local Sierra Club chapters or local, NGO chapters, please let us know, because that's a really great way to continue to build those relationships. Bridging the gap between labor and CCAs. As you all know, we use labor for many, if not all, of our renewable projects, and they may be supportive, but it's not translating to the state labor. So those kind of contacts and outreach is helpful. And then for us to continue creating a CCA legislative caucus and doing regular briefings with those CCA legislative champions. So that's it on my end, and we'll stay up here for questions if anyone has questions.
So thank you, Emily. It's really great to see you again, and I appreciate the plan for success suggestions. I'm talking over here. It sounds come out over there. It's odd. But I think that's very helpful. But I'd sort of take us back for a minute, Dawn and Cece. We continue to be so challenged by the amount that's going on both the legislative front and the regulatory front. And are there similar sort of suggestions and keys for success that you would want us to know about on the regulatory front? What can we do to help? And in addition to that, what else do we need to do to make sure or try to address how stretched we are with the onslaught of activities that we're engaged in?
Yeah, I can start, and John, you feel free to add. I think one of the things that we can do more and where we have seen some success is just having you engaging with the CPUC commissioner's offices more. We saw that the engagement during the resolution E4907, that's the resource adequacy and implementation related resolution. We saw that during the last integrated resources planning decision. That board engagement, has resulted in either the CPUC backing off a little bit in terms of what they originally proposed, or soften the language to really acknowledge the importance of coordinating and communicating with CCA local governing boards. So, I think that's a really good way for the board to be supportive. I think, as John pointed out earlier, that a lot of things are just changing. And, with change, regulators tend to feel just more uncomfortable. So I think part of it is just also, be patient. And I think, speaking to the regulators at public events would also be helpful as well.
Yeah, I would just add on that I think that the CPUC is so used to regulating utilities that they don't really see our boards and the function of our boards. And so having you all participate in meetings with CPUC staff is fantastic. Showing up at a CPUC meeting and speaking, making yourselves visible, because you are our regulators, and they need to remember that. They need to understand that we already have a body that is providing the public oversight that's appropriate for us. If they forget that, they might think they need to impose procurement requirements on us and come up with some new rules to regulate us. So making our board as visible as possible is a big objective for us. And I know many of you have participated in meetings at the CPUC, and that's really appreciated. We're also going to be making an effort in the next year to try and bring CPUC representatives to our board meetings, because they're open to the public. They're very close by. They happen pretty frequently, and I think that we need to engage them more. So we're open to your ideas, but those are just a few that we're thinking of.
Just one follow-up question. Our staff, I think, does fantastic work, often in extremely stressful circumstances, and I'm just wondering whether we are staffed at the level that we think is appropriate for so many activities that we're monitoring or really actively engaged in.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question, and I think that for the last 2 years probably. We keep thinking that we're at the peak difficulty time period. Yeah. And so, making additional investments in staff has been, we've kind of been monitoring in real time to determine if that's needed or not. I don't see, we don't yet know what new things will be hitting the horizon next calendar year. So that's certainly something we'll be looking at closely and being conscious of, because we need to make sure that our staff are not burning out and doing too much at one time. I can tell you for a fact that over the last year, they have been doing way too much, and we would have benefited by having some additional support for sure.
Other comments or questions from the board? Yes?
Hi, thank you, and thank you, by the way, for both presentations. I don't know if this is for CC or Dawn or who, I suspect, but I have a question about the power charge and difference adjustment debate. As I recall, there's some really significant amount of our revenue that goes right back to PG&E so that there's no detriment, as I understand the rationale, to bundled customers or something like that, and that it was as much as 15 cents of every dollar, maybe more, maybe less. The question is kind of two parts. Part number one, what is that current cost to our customers? And then secondly, what's the difference with the proposed decision? Like, how much worse does it get? And actually, in the third part of the question, I'll take my question, the answer to my question off air, but is there like an end period? So is the dollar figure being adjusted negatively? In other words, will our customers have to pay more? And secondly, have we ever found an end time or a period of time when we don't have to keep paying this? Thank you.
So the current PCIA, and just as a reminder, that stands for the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment. It's intended, just so everyone in the audience is aware, it's intended to cover the above market purchases of power that PG&E made on behalf of our customers before they departed. And customers are vintaged, so every year there is a vintage established. So customers that departed in 2010 theoretically shouldn't be paying for purchases that PG&E makes in 2011, 2012, 2013. Customers that depart in 2015 are responsible for any purchases that were made up until that time, if they're above market. So currently the PCIA is about a third of what customers are paying.
33 cents of every dollar.
Yeah, that's about right now. Yeah, and we have gone through some significant increases over the last 4 years or so. I should also add that we were very successful in 2012 making some introducing and succeeding in getting some significant PCIA reforms that really cut the PCIA costs in half. So they would be a lot higher now if we hadn't had that success in 2012. Right now, the methodology of determining the PCIAs is being examined very closely, and you asked about the proposed decision versus the alternative proposed decision. Yes, it is likely that the proposal that seems most likely to move forward would increase the PCIA about 20% above where it is today. That's concerning, and I think that part of the I'll leave it there. You also asked, is there an end period? Yeah. The answer is yes, but maybe not in our lifetimes. Wow. Many of the contracts will start to fall off in about a 3-year period. So we see a bit of a decline starting in 2023. All of the contracts should be dispensed with by 2045 or somewhere around there. Oh, and that's for current vintage. So if new customers join MCE or start a CCA next year, of course, that horizon will be pushed out further because there will be more contracts in the portfolio.
Yeah, Eddie Bursan, Concord. Three real quick questions. When you talk about the legislative members, our assemblymen and our state senators, you mentioned some of them obviously you didn't. Can we get a scorecard of who our friends are and who are the others? And number one. And number two, I would like to know when we have positions on various bills, some of us, like myself, are also on policy positions on the League of Cities and elsewhere. Can you, at least for the League of Cities, I know it would personally help me, if I know whether you have checked with the League of Cities and whether where the other organizations that we may reflect upon, so that A, we could either applaud there or we could be cranky. So that would be helpful for me, because I get these, automatic alerts. SB, XYZ is bad for God, and everything else. Third, when you talk about costs being passed through to go to PG&E, where does this fire cost that we've just been talking, are we going to be hit with an increase to pay for those fires, and is it going to be hidden somewhere, or is it going to be in our face? What happens there? Because I can understand the cost for the excess cost of energy in the past that our customers benefited from, but I don't know where this whole $1 billion worth of fire cost, how does that reflect into us, or doesn't it affect us? Thank you.
Yeah, I can respond to that last part. So there are two different sides of the PG&E bill. There's the transmission and distribution side, and then there's the generation side. And then there's also the gas, that's the third element, is the gas charges. Any wildfire costs would be associated with transmission and distribution, and therefore they would be passed along to all customers, CCA or IOU customers, equally. So that will not have any bearing on the PCIA, but it will be a cost that all customers are sharing if they're served by PG&E.
And then to your first two questions, yes and yes, we would love to get you that information, and we will work on that scorecard today or Monday, and because everything you're doing in that realm is helpful to us, so absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Dave Trotter from the town of Moraga. Appreciate these reports we're receiving. I want to get back to the PCIA ramifications of that decision. Sloan anticipated some of my questions, and the question I guess I have is, what are the range of possible outcomes on a percentage basis or otherwise? Where could this come out? When does that decision come out? Does it come out on the 11th and it's final? Is there a potential legal basis for challenge if we think that decision is not based on substantial evidence? And I guess ultimately what I'm concerned about here is that PCI charge, if in fact it comes in at 20% higher than it is right now, that's roughly 40% then. What does that do to our competitiveness vis-a-vis PG&E? We have historically, I've been told, our total cost to our customers have been lower than PG&E's approximately 75% of the time, but this is a big hit, and it would be, if in fact we're going to become less competitive, then the ramifications are more opt-outs, all sorts of other problems, and that doesn't seem to me to be consistent with having competitive neutrality. So those are all very serious questions. I would be interested in having a more in-depth report or an answer, at least a response for now, about what this might mean for our ability to be 2 to 3% under what the cost of electricity is that PG&E is assessing its own customers for. This is a very significant issue. Can somebody address those points?
Yeah, I can respond to that, and I know that we've actually spent a lot of time in the last couple of meetings, both at the board level and at the committee level, talking about this PCIA decision because it is so impactful. I think that I should note that the impact on MCE is meaningful, but the impact on newer CCAs is much greater. And
I care about MCE, so
Yeah.
let's keep the focus on this organization.
yeah. So the decision that is expected on October 11th would be a final decision in the mind of the commission, but it will be kicking some issues into a phase 2 of the proceeding, and the phase 2 of the proceeding could result in some added benefits depending on the outcome. Our concerns around phase 2 are that it may not move as quickly as we would all like. There's been a lot of pressure to get this phase completed, so it's been on a fast timeline. There is the potential for a legal challenge, and that's something that we have been evaluating. And once the decision is final, we'll be bringing that conversation to the committee level. As far as the impact on us overall, I think that it will have an impact on our the overall cost customers are paying once it goes into effect. But it's not at the level where we're concerned about our ability to continue to function and maintain a healthy agency. It may have an impact on our ability to push a high level of revenue into reserves in our next fiscal year. So that's where I anticipate we'd see the biggest impact, is needing to make some changes on that front. And the last thing I'll say is that we have experienced significant increases in the PCIA in the past, which have resulted in slightly higher costs for our customers than PG&E customers, and that was unfortunate, but it was short-lived and did not have a detrimental impact on us because we do have a valuable product. So I think timing-wise, it's helpful that we'll have this information in October, because the end of the year is when we tend to begin early stages of planning for our upcoming next fiscal year and rate setting cycle, and we'll be able to feed this information into those conversations to determine how we want to balance our customer costs and our revenue and reserve decisions going into next fiscal year.
And I could ask just one follow-up question. What methodologically, between the CCA position and the investor-owned utility position, what are the key methodological cost differences that are driving those two positions? What are they trying to get that they aren't getting right now?
Yeah, so a lot of it comes down to valuation. So these above market contracts that are in PG&E's portfolio, and we're using PG&E as an example, but this is a statewide proceeding, so it also affects Edison and SDG&E. But those contracts that are in their portfolio need to be properly valued. And the arguments that we and the other CCAs have been making have been to really encourage the commission to ensure that PG&E's portfolio is being managed properly. What we have seen is that there have been times where they've renewed a contract that was set to expire, and they are able to continue keeping that in the PCIA. That doesn't make sense in our view. They, in some cases, will expand the volumes in a contract or make some changes that cause it to have longer lasting or greater impacts on CCAs. They may also choose to not sell off their long position when they could be doing that. They have held on to many of their contracts that are long-term contracts, and rather than selling them off for the value they could achieve with a long-term contract, which has more value, they're holding on to those contracts and just dumping the volumes into the spot market, which is a way of getting the lowest value possible, really, for a contract that they have. Now, when they undervalue the contracts like that, that results in an increase in the above market costs, or the PCIA costs. So we've been arguing for proper evaluation, for strong and effective portfolio management and some oversight to ensure that. That's one of our big arguments. The three specific things that have really risen to the top of the discussion in the proposed decision and the alternate proposed decision relate to three categories, and the first is utility-owned generation. It's also called UOG. So the utilities have legacy contracts from and resources that they built before the year 2000. How should those be included in the PCIA is a question where folks differ. We believe there's statutory guidance that indicates that those UOG resources should not be included in the PCIA. There's different statutory language for assets, utility-owned generation that was built after 2002, after they were forced to divest of their generation assets. They chose to build more generation assets because they did that as a choice, and because shareholder profits are a factor in that decision-making process. The CCAs do not feel it's appropriate for those costs to be part of the PCIA charges, because those were a calculated decision made by the shareholders. Unfortunately, in the alternate proposed decision that seems to be the one that most commissioners are focusing on at this time, the utility-owned generation, both pre-2002 and post-2002, are included in the PCIA. We've been arguing opposite. That would have a very big impact in reducing the PCIA cost. The other two elements that have been important in the discussion relate to what we're calling the GHG-free adder. So greenhouse gas-free electricity has greater value than conventional energy does. We know that because we buy it and we pay a little extra for that attribute. The value of that GHG-free contract has not been factored into the PCIA, and as a result, that value is being lost and understated. The last is a capacity value. The value of the assets that the utilities have are worth more in whole than they are in pieces. So if I were to offer to sell you this table, it would be worth a lot more as a table than if I were to chop it up into little pieces. And what the IOUs are doing in valuing their capacity is very short strips of this capacity that should be valued at a much higher rate.
So I mean, that's a great explanation. I may have cut you off in the interest of time, but I appreciate it. But it just seems to me, I'm going to make one comment, then I'm going to shut up. And that is, this entire rulemaking proceeding appears to give some very perverse incentives to investor-owned utilities. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that, Don. Historically, with respect to the power charge indifference adjustment, PG&E and the other IOUs would not provide any discovery with respect to what the underlying contracts were that they were seeking adjustments for, what the duration, what the pricing, and all of those kinds of considerations that are 100% necessary for an informed and intelligent evaluation, not to mention providing the opportunity for any sort of supervision and oversight. Has that changed so that now PG&E at least is providing discovery as to what it is they're seeking adjustments for, or are we still more rather than less flailing around in the wilderness uninformed?
We have been successful through our coalition with CalCCA in receiving the bulk of the data that we needed. It took a lot longer than we anticipated, a lot longer than it should have. We didn't get a lot of the data as early as we needed to for some of the key filings that needed to happen. But we did ultimately receive the bulk of the data that we needed. And through, I'm excited that we'll get to hear from Beth Vaughn after lunch, who can talk about the coalition that's been built through CalCCA, where among all the CCAs, there are now 19 CCAs, believe it or not, contributing to paying for some really excellent regulatory counsel and technical analysis. Over $1 million just in the last year has gone to that analysis and doing joint filings at the CPUC. So the answer is yes, we have most of what we need there, and it's helped a lot.
Don, as a follow-up, with respect to the decision that we now expect to come out on October 11th, have we done everything that's practical for us to do in terms of weighing in with the CPUC on that issue? And perhaps more importantly, when I say we, actually referring to the people around this table. For example, if we got a letter signed by everyone or most of the cities represented here that went to the PUC next week, would that help?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've put a lot of efforts into advocacy and clear filings at the CPUC. At this stage, I don't know that there's more that our board can do to influence the decision. Potentially individual letters, and we do have a template for a letter that was circulated to all of you about a month ago. Maybe following this meeting we can resend that to you. It would certainly not hurt to have more letters coming in. One of the great things that we were able to do in concert with CalCCA was during the week of the Global Climate Summit, we had a letter published to the CPUC, published in the San Francisco Chronicle, with 150 elected leaders listed signing that letter, encouraging them to make a good decision on the PCIA. So I think follow-up letters from each of you could carry some weight, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Board? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on our regulatory and legislative challenges?
One thing that might be done to address Don Weiss's concern about being stretched thin on the external front of MCE, all these regulatory and legislative challenges coming at us at once. One way to address that would be better coordination, closer coordination with the what I call the pro-CCA activist community out there of citizens, many of whom have fought battles to defend CCAs in the past. The two organizations that lead on this are California Alliance for Community Energy, CACE, and Californians for Energy Choice. And I would urge CalCCA to coordinate as possible lobbying efforts and forge a common front with these organizations. The second thing about I'd like to say about the CPUC. 2 years ago, Michael Picker, the president of the CPUC, said in a public interview, CCAs are nothing more than forced collectivization, quote unquote. And you, as practicing politicians and elected officials, know that when a person says something like that, that's a signal that his organization or he personally does not wish community choice well. And so that means that when vacancies come up on the CPUC commission, I think it's imperative that CalCCA take an aggressive approach to trying to get either the present governor or the new governor to fill those vacancies at the CPUC with people that are more friendly toward community choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Anyone else with a comment or question? Don, I'm going to push this back to you. I think we're at our lunch break, and unless there's other things you want to add on this topic before we break.
Yeah, I just have one thought. I expected us to talk not quite so much about the PCIA and about bigger picture items. I just have one bigger picture thought to leave you all with, and that is Emily Pappas talked a bit about the IBEW, and that stands for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and specifically I think what she was referring to is Chapter 1245, which is based in San Francisco, and 70% of the IBEW workers work for PG&E. So really this is PG&E's union. And I wanted to clarify that because when we I don't want that PG&E's union to be confused with labor in general. I think that we have good relationships with many folks in the labor community, and that's an area where some of you may be able to help us strengthen those ties with labor. Outside of PG&E's union, that seems to be a bit of a lost cause, but the more that we can strengthen our ties to other labor organizations, especially those that are willing to speak out in favor of CCAs, that would be extremely valuable in the next legislative cycle.
Great, thank you, Dawn. That's a great reminder. We have a hard time not getting hung up on the PCIA issue because I think we find it so outrageous, but it's a good reminder there's a lot of other issues we need to be paying attention to. And was there something else you wanted to add now?
Yeah, just logistics. Some of you, if Cece hasn't seen you yet, she may come around and ask you to sign a thank you letter to one of your legislators. We have those here for you to sign. And then as we adjourn, the board members are being asked to follow Noelle, who's right there with her hands up, for the photo shoot. So please follow Noelle if you are a board member.
And when do you want us back? I want to make sure that we're a little behind schedule, but I want to make sure we have enough time for informal conversation because that's an important part of this retreat. And so what time should we aim to reconvene now?
We've built in a bit of a cushion, so I think we'll be fine if we reconvene in an hour and 15 minutes, which will be
1:45?
1:45.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Okay, everybody, welcome back from lunch. I thought we could start ourselves a little bit earlier in the hope we can get out of here a little bit earlier, and we'll hopefully be able to stick with that schedule. So we're going to do a quick, hopefully, board meeting logistics conversation. Dawn?
Yeah, this can be a very quick, kind of good topic for after lunch while we're coming back together here. We, as a board, we've grown. The board has grown a lot in the last 2 years, and we've started holding remote meetings. We've also done a lot of delegation of authority to our technical and executive committee meetings, which was done in part to allow us to have fewer board meetings during the course of the year. I know some board members have been really interested in trying to stick to a quarterly meeting schedule rather than a monthly schedule to the extent that that's possible. We've certainly tried to move in that direction. There are some months when we need to have a meeting in consecutive months, but wherever possible, we take a break and delegate things to our executive and technical committee. So I just wanted to take a moment to get feedback from you all on the content in the meetings. Too much? Is it too little? Are they too frequent? Are they not frequent enough? And then also, how are we feeling about the remote meetings? So, because this is the first year where we've really attempted to have our board meetings happen in 2 locations and connect ourselves via video and audio. We definitely took a few months to work out the bugs, but it's I think it's gotten close to where we had hoped it would be. But I don't know if it's good enough. I do see so much value in having us all here in the same room right now. So I just wanted to get some feedback from the board on how it's going as far as our board meetings are concerned. Any improvements that you'd like to recommend?
One, as a East Bay member, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to have a meeting location in the East Bay. It's far more convenient. As you mentioned, there have been the occasional teething problem, but I think we're getting those resolved. And in my sense, we probably get higher overall meeting attendance by having 2 locations than we would if we were all in the same place. And to me, that is more important than getting together. I mean, it's nice to get together like this, but if a large share of people don't show up, you're still not getting together. So I would want to do that. In terms of meeting content, I think it's good. I think for the board meeting, I prefer to spend a little more time on the main drivers of our revenues and costs, i.e. what new contracts are we entering into, what do our forecasts look like, some of the financial data and essentially go back to think about the meetings to some extent related to the objectives and 6 goals that we outlined. And you don't necessarily need to report on each goal at each meeting, but that's a way just to think about, is there something going on with respect to a goal that's important to report on at an upcoming meeting? And in terms of meeting frequency, I think it's as often as necessary and not more often than necessary, so that's a delicate balance. I think I'm always very happy to see a meeting canceled if there's no need for it.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea to have all your meetings in Concord. But and seriously, I have no problem with the split, and I agree with my colleague that having them split, especially for the folks on the in Contra Costa, it is so much easier than having to plan. I know that if we had stuck with only San Rafael, it would have been a disaster for me personally and anyone, and including my alternate. I mean, it was nice when we had some at Lafayette, but now that we have a permanent place on the East County, I think it's great. I have no problem with the technical side. There could be some photoshopping for some of us, but nevertheless, it has worked out well. The interactions every quarter or twice a year maybe to get everyone together in a place like this, I think is a good plan, because I can see the town faux Quarter Madera. I can meet him and I can make fun of his badge, and that's good for all of us. But I think overall it's worked well, and I look forward to it continuing.
Ooh, sorry, getting that figured out. Sashi McEntee, City Mill Valley. So I want to compliment staff on their ability to bring this multiple meeting location situation to life. I think that's excellent. It's in keeping with the green kind of values of the agency. So big thumbs up on that. I want to second a lot of what Don said. I think that as a board, we should be focused on board level things and not staff level things. We should be taking a fiduciary and strategic look at the organization. And if the time that we're spending here with, there's with so many of us here are taking out time for these meetings, I would prefer to see us be at that level, and as opposed to just having a lot of presentations that are, for the most part, in the packet that we already received. So ideally, we would have already kind of read and absorbed that material, and we don't need to have the presentation. Maybe we just need to have the discussion. So that would be my preference, and I think that given that the executive and technical committees are meeting on a monthly basis, and a lot of those decisions are delegated there, I don't see a reason for this board to meet, certainly no more than quarterly. So that would be my preference, would be to have fewer meetings, but have them be more at the strategic and fiduciary level, so that we can focus our energies that way.
Yeah, my neighboring board members took some of my comments, but I will say that for me, the board meeting, the ones where whether it's monthly, quarterly, or whatever, that's where we set policy. And so we should be elevated to policy discussions. When we bring this many people together, it should focus on policy and not necessarily information exchange. So that's my comment that echoes, I think, what Sashi was just saying. I'm going to speak to TechCom. I mean, that's one that I participate in a real way, in that I organize a meeting in El Cerrito, which the public comes to, and they would not necessarily come to one of the other two satellite sites. So I support the split meeting location for the board meetings. I do believe that they should be focused on policy. The TechCom, the executive com, the other committees should be implementing that policy. And therefore, the meetings that we have as a full board should be meaningful for changing a policy or really looking at it at a very high level, as former board members have said. TechCom is actually at 4 locations, and it works because it's not 4 video locations. We don't have video feed for everyone, but I believe it's very useful for getting more participation in that committee, including public. I do have one caution that I've exchanged with staff before, and I just want to make sure those that are helping set the agendas for all of these committee meetings, one of the concerns I've expressed before is that by having the same topic come to multiple committees, it ends up being a serial meeting. And so I just would like to make sure that if it's something that needs to go to all the committees, then it sounds like it's something that should be dealt with at a larger meeting that has everyone at it. So I just want to throw that caution out that as we move to potentially having fewer policy setting meetings, we may unintentionally end up with a serial meeting. And so I just want to throw that caution out.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think I really like the idea of maybe going to quarterly board meetings and keeping the commissions doing the monthly stuff. And I think, Don, you and I have had a talk at one point about, I think, a lot of the informational stuff that takes so much time for staff to develop. I always think of staff time and staff reports and coming up with that rather than doing the work. Whereas maybe just if we're not together as that, those informational things could be done as, you know, a CEO and chief operating, I'm trying to read it over there, you know, maybe just notes to us. It's just conversational, you know, just a memo by email of just this is what's been going on, just to keep you in the loop. And then really hone down on policy only. I think that's a brilliant idea, and I do think a lot of the work is done at the commission levels, but I think quarterly, and I have no problem with the dual locations. I'm very grateful for it.
See if it works this time. Obviously, I like the 2 locations, and I think it's working very well. I want to compliment Don for coming out to the East Bay location, because I thought that was very important for those of us who were in the East Bay location. And I wanted to express my appreciation for that.
Yeah.
I would throw my support in favor of that quarterly meeting. I think I have confidence in our various committee members, and I wouldn't mind maybe a monthly written report from our excellent Chief Executive Officer, but for us to, not that I don't love every precious minute together with each of you, I wouldn't mind if we met quarterly, that's all.
Andrew.
I just want to weigh in and second that same sentiment, and I'll avoid repeating it. Thanks.
So just on that meeting issue, I'm particularly interested in getting input from some of our newer members about whether quarterly meetings make sense. I think for those of us who've been on the board for a long time, that's an easy step. But I'm just not sure, and we don't have everybody here, but I'm not sure that the newer members feel the same way, because there is both the sense of engagement with the board and the development of a deeper knowledge about the agency. And so I'm trying to sort of balance some of concerns of folks that would like to meet less and those who maybe still would like to meet every other month. So go on. Yeah.
I'm with you. If we're going to try reducing the number of meetings, I think quarterly is too few. But I think every other month, you know, would be something worth trying. Anyway, I just, you know, I think quarterly, I just can't see that being sufficient to make the decisions we need to make on a timely basis and provide the information that we need to provide. So, but it might be worth trying. I mean, we skip a month already, right? And so we know we can do it at least once. So, you know, maybe you try it again. Try another month.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to try every other month. I mean, I am concerned, following up on what Tom said, there's a lot of things here, particularly on the legislative and the regulatory front, that move fairly quickly. And meeting quarterly, we're really not, I think we are soon going to feel that we're not as engaged as a board as we want to be, and getting a memo about what happened is not a substitute for me. For being really being in the room together and being in the room with staff and getting an understanding of what's happening. So at least my view is if we could try every other month and see if that works, and if we feel like that's more than we need, we can adjust accordingly. Rupert, were you reaching for the microphone?
No, I agree with your approach.
I was. Okay. Where I come in on this is I think we ought to keep them actually at a monthly basis because of the legislative issues. They move too quickly, and I think later we're going to be talking about AB 813, which is kind of Exhibit A in terms of us, in my opinion, being asleep at the switch. And so what I would like to see is less informational time at the meeting, so that they don't necessarily have to go for 2 or more hours, and focus more on policy and more on contemporaneous litigation and legislative issues. So I'd throw my weight in keeping them monthly, but the informational part, reducing it and being more focused.
So Barbara Kohler, Fairfax. I personally don't think monthly is really going to get us there for even the legislative issues. I've been one that's been advocating for quarterly meetings, and I think I hear what Kate and Tom are expressing, but I think as a new member a few years ago, it took me longer to get up to speed on certain things, and not that Dawn has a lot of free time, but now with Vicken on board, some of what I would see is maybe spending a little more individual time with some of the newer board members, because some of the stuff like the PCIA we've been talking about for years, and it's a terrible battle that we continue to do, but I'm not sure that every month talking about it is going to solve that issue. I also think, I mean, I'm fortunate enough to be a member of the executive committee, so a lot of those issues come to that committee. And I think we also need to be cognizant of the legislative season. It isn't all year round. I mean, now with term limits being gone for a number of years, it takes longer than it used to, but because members don't know as much as they used to get things through. But I think I would prefer that we strive for quarterly, but where there is a real need for a meeting, that we still sort of schedule these meetings maybe every other month, but where we don't need it, that we can cancel it. Because, and I would also say, I go back to what I believe I heard down at the end of the table, is let's look at strategic issues and fiduciary issues, and really focus rather than a lot of the information sharing, which we do, which is very valuable. But one of the things maybe could be is we do get information like a newsletter that just kind of fills us in on some of the new things or where we are on the energy efficiency program, which is important. But I don't know that we need a presentation that often. So just thoughts. And I know that everybody in this room, including the staff, are very busy. So if we can move away from monthly meetings, I think that's really important.
Well, this has been really helpful feedback, and I think I'll just say one thing kind of to wrap it. Oh, and we may have a little bit more input, but we don't have to decide right now if we're going to do every month or quarterly. I think that it looks like we are going to need to have a meeting probably in October and November, but probably not December. So I think at this point, keeping the monthly meeting on the calendar will be important, but I think we can look in the next year to try and minimize the number of meetings, and maybe we'll get closer to a quarterly schedule if we're able to do that.
I just wanted to throw in my support with Tom for every other month, and also recognize that the legislative hot-button issues come in like June, July, and maybe then we need to have an extra meeting. But I also would like to echo that the meeting should be more focused on policy decisions and fiduciary issues. Maybe if, when you send out your monthly rah-rah reports, you can say, if you want more information, then individuals can schedule a little 4-person meeting without violating the Brown Act, since we have such a big committee. And maybe that might suffice to fill in for both the new people and for those of us who have forgotten what we said last week. Thank you.
Hopefully that's helpful, Dawn. It's a big board. There's always a range of views, but hopefully that's some helpful guidance.
Extremely helpful.
All
Thanks
right.
very much, everyone.
Okay, so let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is CCA across the state. And welcome Beth Vaughn, and you probably want to tee this up a little bit too, Dawn.
I want to introduce Beth Vaughn, who is the Executive Director of the California Community Choice Association, which also goes by CalCCA. She coordinates the activities of the trade association to support states' community choice aggregators, mainly through regulatory and legislative advocacy, but also through technical guidance. Beth has a lot of skills on both sides. Before she assumed this role in October 2017, she was Executive Director of the California Cogeneration Council, another large trade association, but more on the natural gas front. So she has a lot of good connections and friends on that side as well. She advocated for companies working on combined heat and power in California. She is a Canadian Kiwi, and her international experience includes a 5-year period in the New Zealand Parliament as a senior advisor to Environment and Conservation Cabinet Ministers. Her bachelor's degree is from Queen's University in Canada and a Master's of Science from Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand. So thank you so much for being here, Beth. You've taken on a Herculean task, and we're excited to hear what's happening across the state.
Great, thanks. And can you all hear me all right here? Great. Well, having just listened to that discussion about information versus action, I'm happy to just take questions, if that works for you. But if you will indulge me, how much time do I have?
You could aim for about 15 minutes, 10 to 15, and then we'll take Q&A.
So please cut me off, because
Okay.
I can actually talk and talk and talk. I'm just so excited to have this opportunity to work with a startup trade association, although I was reminded by one of the board members last week that it's time to stop talking about us as a startup. We're beginning to get legs under ourselves and actually staffing up as well. So just really quickly, what I wanted to do, I thought you've got the handouts in front of you, and I'll warn you, after the discussion on the PCIA, I added a couple more slides. But I just want to talk a little bit about the explosive growth we've had in this past year. Then, as Dawn pointed out, our mission at CalCCA is really about advocating for CCAs in the regulatory and in the legislative forums. So that's where we do focus, as opposed to a lot of the fantastic work done by the grassroots supporters of CCAs. We really rely upon them down in your local communities. For us, we're really focused at getting in deep in the legislative and regulatory environments. We do gather numbers, and we do have different programs going on. And then I want to talk a little bit about procurement, because I think that that's a very topical issue that comes up in the legislature a lot. So just really quickly, when I came on board, there were 8 directors on the board of CalCCA. So 8 CCAs operating, and then in September of a year ago, Prime up there, which is the city of Pico Rivera, began to operate. And so that, if you are adding up there, is 9 CCAs, and of course with MCE being the forerunner, paved the way for everyone else. And then this happened, 2018. Pioneers in Placer County, CPA's Clean Power Alliance in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. I can't see them all up there, Monterey Bay. I'll just flip through. All of these folks, they are in date order. They showed up month after month. And I just want to mention SEA up there. SEA is Solana Energy Alliance. That's the first CCA in San Diego Gas and Electric territory. Valley Clean Energy, King City, and then this month, San Jose Clean Energy. So now if you're counting, that's 10. So in terms of the topic here, challenges and opportunities, that's my challenge right there. It is pretty extraordinary to, I think actually someone approached me and asked if I needed help with business development. And I said, no, please stop. We have a lot. And what that does is it means every single month we had new people joining. We had new boards like yourselves. We had new staff or CCAs with no staff wanting to be involved and being engaged. So basically, if you take all of those and you put it on a map, it looks something like that. And then hot off the press, I just want to point out that you are the first to have this. We had a version, we did do an event with MCE and Clean Power San Francisco for the Global Climate Action Summit, which was, we tried this out, but this is the version. So you have a map on the back there, which I hope stays static for a couple of months, because that's my challenge with the maps, keep having to change them. And you have everybody's phone numbers and addresses on the other side. So this is our new glossy flyer that we find really helpful with the legislature. In fact, I was on a panel that Dawn joined, the Global Climate Summit, and Senator Wiener stole it from me. He thought this was just so awesome that he took my materials from me. Anyways, so we have this growth. One of the things we do is try to gather statistics on who's doing what. So up there you've got 19, there are 19 CCAs, 18 Cal CCA members are serving load. The only one that's not a member of ours is King City, and that simply has to do with sort of the organization and our bylaws. They are being run by a third party and not by the city themselves or the local government. As you can see on that graphic that I have up there is as you look across and just look at the numbers on the bottom, is you can see this incredible growth in terms of the annual load in gigawatt hours, which I think is really important. The other thing is you see that there's over 2.5 million customer accounts, so about 8 million customers is what we estimate that to be. So it's really growing, and it's a growing force in California. I think what a real difference that we noticed this year was having Clean Power Alliance down in Southern California, Edison's territory. It made a huge difference, particularly in the legislature, to be able to call upon those elected officials. They are boasting, I think they were boasting that they have more board members than you do, but I'm not so sure now that you have Solana County. But when they do, I think you'll exceed. So that compared to, say, some of the small cities where there may be 5 council members. So we do range in size and shape. And needs. I just want to talk for a moment, for those of you that don't know how Cal CCA is organized. As I said, our focus is on advocacy, education, communication, coordination. And coordination is kind of the name of the game, right, in terms of this past year. So if you look on the left up there, I have a board, which we've had a number of bylaw changes. And so at the moment we have 13 directors. Not every CCA will choose to have a board member have their CEO be on the board of directors. We have an interesting structure there because we want to encourage everybody to participate, and some of those smaller CCAs aren't able to do that. They can nominate another CCA to act on their behalf on the board. As Dawn mentioned, I came on to help kind of look at what it would take to be a standalone. Cal CCA was for a while there housed at MCE, and we thank MCE for that. We're trying to become more independent, so I began the executive director job a year ago, and then in June was able to hire a director of communications and a director of operations, which I stole off of MCE. I'll try not to do that at Dawn. I'm actually hoping in the next 6 weeks or so to hire a director of regulatory and legislative affairs, and then the next person will be an analyst to report to the director of reg, because that is really where we need a lot of help, a lot of support. I've been fulfilling that role, and it's It's getting exhausting. So the other thing I wanted to note up there is we do have, one of the first things I did coming on board was hire outside counsel. So there's a bit of discussion here about how important the regulatory and legislative forums are, which is absolutely true. And I have had over a decade of experience working at the Public Utilities Commission. In fact, in my former role, I was involved in settlement discussions with the 3 IOUs that took about 3 years. I am very aware of the heavy, heavy lift and how litigious California is and what it takes. So what we did is we, particularly with a growing coalition like this, you have to find counsel that can actually manage and work with this interesting group, because one of the things that you're missing in a coalition like this that other organizations have is years and years and years of working together. Here, it wasn't just every single month, it was every single week, new people were joining on. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they've come from. How can you actually coordinate and work together? So I actually think in terms of the work that the board has done and also at the staff level in the CCAs, it's been extraordinary over the past year. It's been a huge challenge, but I feel in particular we've done very well in the regulatory area. And I'll get to the staff committees in a moment. I just want to mention we have the council. We also have lobbyists. Emily Pappas, who was here this morning. Emily and her colleague Jamie Miner are also our lobbyists, along with the firm of Gilbert, Edelston, and there's probably a third person on there. But Don Gilbert and his colleague Jason Eichard are our lobbyists, and we needed all 4 of them. We are busy, busy, busy in the legislature. I mean, we are in the eye of the storm. CCAs are, on the one hand, being attacked on all sides, and on the other side of it, we are growing and are becoming a force to be reckoned with, both in the legislature and in the regulatory forums. So the lobbyists, I think, did a great job. And then technical consultants. I believe it's really important to not just be anecdotal about all the great things we do, but to be data-driven. And I have been very fortunate in my past to have some great technical consultants. We, in terms of the PCIA, and I'll speak about that in a moment, but we particularly went out and looked for certain skills and created a team to provide us with the technical advice. And we were doing the same thing in the resource adequacy proceeding and also in the integrated resource planning. So we're creating a bench of technical experts to help us. The other thing, though, I really want to mention are these staff committees. And it's a little unlike any other association I've been with before. Every single CCA is growing. It's adding staff. It's got outside consultants. But they're all really invested in supporting each other. And that work ethic really comes from MCE. I really think that you've set the example, and the openness of MCE to share best practices and experiences has filtered through to all of the people that work in all of these other CCAs around the state. So we've created these staff committees. 2 of them, the regulatory committee and the legislative committee, have reporting obligations up to the board in order to make decisions. It's very similar to the discussion I just heard, where the board needs to be involved in the policy direction. We also have, and I can't remember them all, but we have a procurement committee, which has some very strict rules, antitrust rules around what we can and cannot discuss. But again, it's been really helpful in terms of educating some of the new folks that have come on board, say some CCAs that have staff that have never interacted with the independent system operator, and being able to help educate and get them involved. And that's been a really, really good group. Marketing committee, we have our general counsels for the first time, all got together at our annual meeting earlier this month. We have, and I'll speak about that in a moment, a brand new environmental justice and equity staff committee. We have customer care group, and there's a number of working groups that are always cropping up. So that's really, really helpful. And then what the board does is the board determines the strategic direction, and that's what you see there on the right, where I have under the legislature. Again, we've borrowed a lot from MCE's direction in terms of issues of, how do we define where we get involved and on what bill? So anything with issues of jurisdiction, fair competition, and cost allocation. All of those issues are Cal CCA issues. Again, we have a legislative committee that reports, that works on all this with our lobbyists and reports up to the board, and the board gives us our direction in terms of our positions that we take on different bills. In the regulatory forum, you see highlighted there, we believe that we are the new ratepayer advocate. It's not just the Office of Ratepayer Advocates at the PUC or the utility utility network, that we really, the CCAs, are there on behalf of, particularly you as elected officials, on behalf of all customers, not just the CCA customers. I'm not going to, I think CC Song did just a fantastic job, so I'm not going to go into all of the regulatory, but I want to just point out the other thing that's really that I would really like to spend more time on is these best practices. As we have new CCAs crop up, they are trying to run before they walk in some instances, and I think that being able to share best practices and disseminate them are really important for the whole CCA movement so that we all keep heading in the right direction. So that's something that I want to see us working more on. I'm going to start zipping through because I will talk too long. I'm not going to go through all these bills. Emily did a great job, but the reason why I throw this up here is if I just kind of look at our, I guess you call it the legislative scorecard, and I've got green, kind of a pinkish red, and then the neutral. Most of it's red up there. So what you see is that what we've been doing mostly is opposing everything. I would like to see next year that maybe we could do a little bit more of being proactive instead of always being on the back foot. Like I said, we are, we've been in the crosshairs, but I think there are some opportunities, and as was discussed earlier today, there was some coalition building that was done. We need to do more of that, and hopefully bringing on more staff. Cal CCA will be able to spend more time, because it's really something. I have a huge wish list. I have a very ambitious work plan. The problem is this. And what that is our regulatory priorities. And what it is the one at the bottom, the power charge and difference adjustment. So when I came on a year ago and I talked to the 8 board members and I said, give me your top 3 priorities, the majority of them, almost all of them, said PCIA, PCIA, PCIA. So that's where I have spent my time, and a lot of time on power charge and difference adjustment. And I come from a history of working with combined heat and power industrial customers behind the meter. I am very familiar with departing load charges. And I listened to the discussion you had this morning, and Dave has left, but I know I spoke to him before he left. I actually switched up and threw in a few little slides for you, just because it is something near and dear to your hearts. I thought Dawn actually did an amazing job of discussing the PCIA, because you can easily get lost in this. That's the power charge and difference adjustment calculation. So I would actually like to ask, did any of you have a chance to attend our annual meeting in Asilomar earlier this month? And were you able to be there for the workshop on Wednesday on the PCIA? Okay, so you'll recognize I've stolen this from our counsel, Evelyn Call. She did a fabulous job of a presentation on what the power charge and difference adjustment is, and that's how she began. She's quite correct. That's the current calculation. It's not what we then discussed. She went on, and Emily Pappas mentioned this, that there are a number of different non-bypassable charges. So just to let you know, as departing load, you pay, and I'm not going to get into all of this, we could spend hours on it, but all the different acronyms, but then you have the PCIA on top of all of that. So when you, as Evie says, when you decide to depart the utility, you pack your bag. And when you pack your bag, you have to take all of these various charges with you. ND is like nuclear decommissioning. I mean, they all mean something, they all have history, and they're all an expense. They all add up at the moment to 5.674 cents per kilowatt hour. The other thing is, I just wanted to say, people are asking, well, what is it? And this is a simple diagram I use in my ex parte meetings in terms of it's the portfolio cost minus the portfolio value, and that equals the stranded cost. A simple way to put this, if you think about it, is 10 years ago, 15 years ago, in our race on the RPS to be the first, think of how expensive those renewable contracts were. That's what we're paying for. A big chunk of the PCIA includes these above market costs. The other thing I'll just leave you with is there was a question over here, I think, about will we ever pay it off? And Dawn quite rightly said not in our lifetime. I threw up here for PG&E, and if you look into the out years, they go out to 2044. So it is a declining over time. One of the big differences is the UOG. We did put back in there the pre-2002 utility-owned generation. But as Dawn she did such a great job trying to describe the different components, the different values, what impacts us. But I just thought I'd leave you with that. And one of the reasons we have that information is back to the technical consultants. So in the power charge and difference adjustment, we were able to hire technical consultants that would agree to sign non-disclosure agreements that would give them access to the confidential data. And that's really important because they have to agree to not be a market participant going forward. So it's very difficult to find people that would agree to that, but it gave us access to confidential information. It means that when we do filings, there is often a confidential version that goes along with our public version because they have information to some of this detail that tells us really what's going on. Anyways, so I just mention all of that because that is pretty much, like I said, I have this wish list of things I would love CalCCA to be doing, what the board would love CalCCA to be doing, but at the end of the day, we have to get this right. And in fact, CalCCA, the board, our board meeting has been postponed until the end of this month. So that once we have this decision, we're able to have a discussion about what to do next. And as Dawn also pointed out, it's only phase one of a two-phase proceeding. Okay. The other things, just to kind of skip ahead, is just as you've discussed here, there's lots of programs. We are keeping track of that. Again, leveraging off of what MCE has done, the foundation that they've laid. All of these other CCAs are already right out of the gate saying, we're going to do this type of project, we're going to do that. So we try to track that, and in future we hope to be putting out, now that I have a director of communications, stories about some of these different programs that are going forward. Okay, just really briefly, I want to talk about advancing renewable energy. And the reason why is because this comes up a lot in the legislature, and by our friends, the renewable energy advocates, who are concerned that CCAs are not building new resources. And I heard that in one of the public comments here too, is wanting to make sure that, while the CCAs have diverse portfolios, that we're also looking to long-term in terms of local development and of course, this is something that the legislators are very interested in because they want to make sure that the jobs are being created and how we're moving forward in the state to meet our goals. For those of you that have seen some of our presentations previously, just in the first quarter, we did a roundup of how many new renewable construction PPAs had been signed. And at that time, I had a graph up here of about 1,100 megawatts. Now, they've not been built, all of them, but the contracts have been entered into. Well, we did this just last week. I went back out to everybody and said, okay, tell me what's been going on. And what I find so dramatic here is we've increased in terms of the number of contracts to a total of 57, and the total of megawatts is over 2,000. And what they also tell me is there's quite a number of RFOs ready to go out. What they're waiting for is to find out this decision on the PCIA, and to be able to then be directed by their boards in terms of making long-term commitments. I think the other thing that's important of those 57 contracts, only 4 of them are for less than 10 years. So these are long-term contracts that folks are entering into. Of course, MCE, again, is leading because you've been around the longest and have the load to serve. But you see how I've broken it out, and the agencies, I've broken it out by launch date. So MCE going first, Sonoma Clean Power next. LCE is Lancaster Choice Energy, so that was the first one in Southern California. in 2015, and then in 2016, Clean Power San Francisco and Peninsula Clean Energy launched. And so you see their megawatts there, the number of contracts they have. And then I think what's also exciting is Silicon Valley Clean Power launched last year in 2017. Tom Habashi was the CEO there. Tom then went off to begin Monterey Bay Community Power, and of course had a master plan that he would do joint procurement. So that's where you see the wind and the solar plus storage contracts that are coming online. So that's super exciting. 2 more minutes. So 2 more minutes real quick then. I just wanted to mention GHG emissions. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of CCAs are formed because of their climate action plans that they have in local government, the goals that they set for themselves. We are in this integrated resource planning proceeding. Just to show you the aggregated numbers, all of the CCAs, all of the load serving entities were all allocated a certain benchmark in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. What you see here on the left, the stack shows what those benchmarks allocated look like. And then in terms of the IRPs that were all filed on August 1st, when you aggregate all of that information, we're less than half of what the benchmark is. So that just tells you of the very aggressive goals that the CCAs have. And I'll just mention here is then we look out to 2030 in terms of what does the resource mix look like. And what I've got up here is the new build resources. So again, out to my renewable energy advocate friends who like to put out bills like AB 893, which at one point at the beginning of August, I think had 5,000 megawatts was the mandate. We don't need to be mandated. One, we're building. CCAs are out there entering into contracts. And the other is don't be afraid. We recognize that we're going to need new resources. One thing I would caution is I don't think we need 10,000 megawatts of resources, and that is a calculation issue in terms of how they value capacity. So I'm going to wind up. I'm just going to mention one thing, which is this new committee that's been formed that your very own Alexandra McGee over there is chairing. And I'm really excited about this. This is the California Environmental Justice and Equity Committee. And she's already been out surveying all of the CCAs to find out what everybody's doing, pulling together a report for us. So I just want to give a shout out to you and all the hard work that you've been doing. Very high level then, to wind up, I will just say, our challenges. One is simply the resources to do everything we want to do. The resources and the capacity in order to work with all of the stakeholders. One thing that I feel we have not done well this year is to interface with other NGOs. So with the environmental groups, with the environmental justice groups, with the ratepayer advocates, it's something that I really want to see us do more of. But there are also huge opportunities ahead. I think one of the things too that CalCCA can do more of is hosting events. So our annual meeting, a year ago in Riverside, we had about 200 folks. This time we had over 300. And I have to tell you, it's still a little bit by invitation only because we're trying to make sure all the CCAs and all of you have a chance to come. And I can just see that this is going to get bigger and bigger. We also, small things like I got persuaded to go and host the League of Cities, the Women's Caucus reception. Great opportunity to meet the city leaders and to interface with folks and just the capacity that we have. I mean, we are extraordinarily fortunate to have elected officials like yourselves to be able to mobilize. So again, that's another thing that Dawn knows I have on the work plan is I really want us to do a mapping exercise to understand who we can mobilize where in terms of the elected officials and your connections with the legislators so that we can be more proactive in the legislature. That also is a goal I have. So I will stop there and I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thanks very much, Beth. Any questions, comments? Tom, you go first.
So I heard you more than once, and just as you finished, talk about being proactive rather than reactive. And, you know, that's been a big frustration for all of us. You know, our whole life as a CCA has been fighting the investor-owned utilities, fighting the CPUC, even fighting our own governor, you know, who's supposed to be our champion. and fighting IBEW 1245. And I think we've been on the defensive so long, we just can't see beyond that. But you know, we've reached a tipping point. California has 482 municipalities, 58 counties. Looking at this map, that you handed out, I just did some quick math. It may not be totally accurate, but it's in the ballpark. But by my count, there are 106 cities that are now participating in CCAs. Each one of those cities has at least 5 council members. Some have more. That's 500 local elected officials in cities. That's over 100 mayors. And if you add in the areas that are coming online all the time, I mean, right now you're talking about 22% of the local municipal officials in the state of California. From a county standpoint, I counted 16 counties. So, you know, at 5 supervisors for county, that's 80 supervisors. And if you add in the counties that are going to come in, you're up to 30 counties. That's half the counties in the state. And I think that energy is just totally unharnessed. I mean, you know, we own this thing. We potentially, collectively, we have more power than the investor-owned utilities and IBEW 1240, you know, all those people. And I think we need to look at flexing our muscles, taking the initiative, and I think it's going to be ramping up. It's going to be hiring more people, either in individual CCAs or at Cal CCA, and really taking charge and telling our legislators that it's a new day. This is the way it's going to be. This is the legislation we want. This is what we want done. And those legislators that are not going along with it are going to get letters and phone calls from literally hundreds of county supervisors and mayors and city council members. I mean, I think the power of that is just totally unharnessed. And I think we need to make big plans and really, really take this thing over. We can run it. We don't have to play defense anymore.
So Tom, I was about to say, can you come work with Kelsey? I mean, the math that you just did there was awesome.
No,
you
but she
began
can
my
hire
mapping
some good
exercise. That was fabulous.
Yeah. Ford?
Hi, Beth. So I have a question about the support position that Cal CCA took with respect to AB 813. And I'm not sure whether about the accuracy of my understanding. So if any of the assumptions that I articulate are wrong, let me know.
Sure.
So as I understand it, in part, what AB 813 intended to do was to take the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, and transform it from a state-controlled entity and into a regional entity. And that among the consequences of making it be regional would be that no longer would CAISO basically be calling its own tune, and would be on a regulatory level subject to the control of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. And with the federal policies that the Trump administration is pushing, policies with respect to coal, policies with respect to nuclear energy, policies in denial of climate change and greenhouse gases, and some of the very predicates that MCE and CCAs in California are organized to promote. It seems contradictory to me that Cal CCA took a support position to open up CAISO so as to lose its own self-control and be subject to control imposed on a federal level. And could you explain?
I do want to note this is the next item on our agenda, so
Right.
we want to wrap
Yeah,
that into
Mark's-
conversation.
But I'm
on the
not sure
next
that
item.
she'll be here for that.
Oh, no,
either.
I'll stay. And Mark will
Okay.
be able to give you the details in terms of, particularly, I just want to point out that CalISO is already subject to FERC. So whenever there's a change to the tariff, those changes have to go and be approved at FERC. So there's already an interrelationship there. But to your point, I think that, you know, I think what's difficult here is the intersection of kind of everything that's going on in Washington and changes to an independent system operator and how do they interface and collide. At the same time, you know, greenhouse gas emissions are not, you can't put a ring fence around the state and say these are our emissions or these are not our emissions, right? It's a global problem, and we do have a real problem here with renewables being curtailed. The other thing is I do think at the end of the day, AB 813, in terms of the support we provided to the March version, our letter in May is very specific. The March version began the process of the discussion to look at what would this look like. I think that there are real issues around governance. And I know that the ISO has struggled with this, and so have the other states that they've been talking to. I think that it's important to have those discussions going forward. But I take your point. The other thing that a lot of people have argued is the resource shuffling issue, and I have to point out that that's come up again in the integrated resource plans. And one of the things in our reply comments, I think last week, that we called out there was asking for a clear and transparent and collaborative process to come to a conclusion on that as well. Is there resource shuffling or is there not? Has CARB Area Resource Board put in sufficient rules around that for the accounting to make sure it doesn't happen? So I would just put to you that around the whole question around regionalization, there are a lot of issues for a lot of different parties. I think from the CalCCA perspective is we wanted to move the conversation along, right? We seemed to be stymied and wanted to, you know, in fact, I think the hearing in March, most everybody at the time that got up there, not everyone, but there were quite a few folks that supported the concept of regionalization. It's when you put pen to paper and in black and white, what does it actually look like? When you start putting all the ornaments on the tree, everybody started to back off, say in June in particular, with some of those amendments. We did not renew our support. We backed off. Primary reason being is we had other priorities, other things that were far more important to us. So we did not lobby it at all in August. Sorry, Mark.
And I'll take questions for Beth on a topic other than regionalization because I do want to keep that in as part of our next agenda item. Rich, you want to go ahead?
Thank you for your presentation. Let me follow up on Tom's comments. Is there any thought that there would be a PAC formed?
There's definitely been some discussion and some exploration of other experiences by similar type associations in trying to do something like that. So no conclusion at this point, and there's definitely some pros and there's some cons.
Definitely pros and cons. I've been representing organizations that do have PACs.
Yeah.
And the ability to not only talk about city leaders and county leaders, but the constituents that live within those areas has significant influence on several of the legislators.
Right. It's definitely a topic for discussion.
Quick question of one of those PCIA slides that you showed.
Yeah.
Showed a calculation that said the PCIA was 5.647% per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
Is that what it said?
In terms of the existing calculation.
Was it cents or percent? Cents.
Cents.
Okay, and that's the current rate for all of PG&E's territory?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, basically. I mean, there are then all the vintaging issues and stuff, but that's
okay, thank you.
That's it. That presentation actually is available on Monday. We'll be having Monday's the deadline is set, we'll be sending out a thank you note to everyone who attended the Cal CCA annual meeting, and it'll have a link to the webpage that will have all of the materials, including the PCIA workshop presentation. So it's something that could be distributed to all of you, the board. Evie did a really great job, I thought, in terms of trying to break it down and put it into simple language.
Righty. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Beth. I appreciated it. And I would like to get us now to our last item on regionalization, which I know many people have been looking forward to this particular conversation. So, Vicken, you look like you're going to kick us off on this, yeah?
I have the pleasure to introduce you a good friend of mine, Mark Rothlider. We have worked together at ISO for about 5 years. Mark is the Vice President of Market Quality and Renewable Integration at the California Independent System Operator, and is leading the ISO's renewable integration work. He is now the longest-serving ISO employee. He was one of the beginning first startup employees. In the spring of 2009, Mark led a multifunctional team in designing and implementing market rules and software modifications related to the ISO market redesign and technology upgrade that gave us the nodal market world that we live in now. Since joining the ISO over 12 years ago, Mark has worked extensively on implementing and integrating the approved market rules for California's competitive wholesale energy and reserve markets. He is a professional electrical engineer from state of California and has a Bachelor of Science degree in EE from Cal State Sacramento. He has taken postgraduate coursework in power system engineering from Santa Clara University and earned an MS in information systems from University of Phoenix. So, Mark, welcome and thank you for being here.
That was way too long. Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to present on the topic of regionalization. Sure. Is that better? Okay. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to discuss this topic. My presentation today is going to go kind of at a high level, what we do, gets into a little bit of things that we're doing in terms of coordinating and collaborating with our neighbors now, and kind of also looks at some of the challenges that we're seeing coming forward and some of the solutions. So I can go through that, and then maybe as a pickup, we can talk about AB 813 at the end, okay? So first off, as a balancing area, what does a balancing area do? We balance the system. We balance supply and demand. And we do that basically every second, and we have a responsibility to maintain that balance of supply and demand. Because if you have too much demand relative to the supply, you basically can't keep up the speed of the system. The lights and everything is basically spinning at 60 hertz, 60 cycles per second. And if you have more demand than supply, it slows down. And if you have more supply than demand, it speeds up. And you have a very narrow operating band that you can operate in around 60 hertz. Otherwise, you start damaging equipment or you start tripping off load, and basically you can collapse the system. And the system is integrated across the entire West. The entire West is one large machine effectively spinning at this 60 hertz. So you're already part of a regional grid as it stands. In terms of renewable integration, who has seen the duck chart? Okay. Who hates the duck chart? Okay. I figured. We produced the duck chart to really explain, first and foremost, the change in the system and the progress that we're making as we change the system. And what it's trying to illustrate is that as you bring on more renewable resources, variable resources, especially solar resources in the middle of the day. By the way, I'm not against solar resources. It's doing a great job. You bring on a solar resource in the middle of the day, and effectively what the system operator, the ISO, has to balance for at that point is the net load, the demand minus the variable resources. And why do we worry about that net load? It's because that's what we have to balance everything else around. And so with the additional renewable resource, especially solar, what we see is we now have this surplus or additional energy or very low net loads in the middle of the day. When we predicted where we would be about 6 years ago, we thought we would be somewhere around 12,000 megawatts of net load in the middle of the day in a springtime condition. What we've seen in actuality is we've hit about 7,900 megawatts of net load. It's much lower than what we expected 6 years ago. Why? Because of the success of distributed energy resources, CCAs, and renewable resources, rooftop resources. It's basically you have about 6,000 megawatts of rooftop and local resources that are basically bringing that net load down. Why do we worry about the net load? Because there are other resources that you have to take as well. Hydro, when you have run-of-the-river, high hydro, you don't want to spill that water, you want flood control, and so you have to take hydro. It's about 6,000 megawatts when you have high hydro conditions. Currently, we have nuclear, 2,000 megawatts of nuclear power that currently produces, and that fills up some space. You have geothermal, base load geothermal, which is about 2,000, 2,500 megawatts of base load resources. You also have QFs, qualifying facilities, CHP resources of about 2,000 megawatts as well. You add all that up, and you get to the point where between 10,000 and 12,000 megawatts, you basically have resources, supply that you cannot get rid of. You can't shut them down. You're not going to shut down a nuclear unit, at least intraday, and then start it back up. So you get to the point where you have oversupply. When you have that oversupply, you have to do something with the energy. There's only a certain amount of choices to do it. You either store it, you send it somewhere else, or you curtail it, okay? Or you use it. You use it for basically finding ways to use it for increased demand, charging resources, charging cars, and so forth. So this belly of the duck is an opportunity. What we do with it and what we do with it over time is going to change. We're at 7,000 now. As you go towards 50% renewables, 60%, and on to 100%, this will drop below zero. Literally, we will have more renewable supply than we have our demand. And this will continue to be a challenge of what do we do with this surplus energy. The second thing the duck curve is trying to illustrate is as the sun goes down, that energy goes away. And your peak load, your demand, is still there in the evening. And that's why what ends up happening is you have this larger ramp where you need resources to basically balance the system. And these resources, what types of resources do we rely on that? Today, we rely on imports, we rely on gas resources, and those are the resources that are basically balancing a system. In the future, you want to use probably storage, you want to use other resources to navigate that system. Now, as we've progressed, we've also made significant progress thus far in reducing our GHG. We measure the GHG content of our total dispatch to meet our demand. And we've been doing that for about now 2 years. And we've looked back as far as 4 years. And what this graph shows is that we have made progress on a year-over-year basis since 2014. We've reduced GHG content of our dispatch by about 23%. Why is that? Well, it's the growth of renewables. It's the success of renewables coming onto the system. But it's also how we operate the system. We operate the system differently. Since the cap and trade program at the California Air Resources Board has been introduced, we consider the GHG cost in our dispatch. So when our objective is to serve that demand, we do it through a market optimization that basically tries to minimize the cost of serving that demand. And we consider the cost, not just fuel cost, but also the GHG cost. What that does is it forces you to go towards cleaner resources as you do your economic dispatch over the day. And that's why you see the result you do. Again, the main result is because the increased renewables. The secondary result is because we're dispatching considering those GHG costs. Now, you may ask, well, what happened in March of this year and in July of this year? Well, first off, in March of this year, you had a nuclear plant out of service for maintenance, and that's why you had a blip of increased GHG content during that time. In July, you had an increase because July was an extraordinarily hot month overall during the month. So the loads were higher than we normally see over this time, and that resulted in higher dispatch and some higher GHG. These next two graphs are just trying to illustrate, as that sun goes down, which is basically the yellow, how are we serving that load, and where do we see what's happening to the peak load conditions as that sun goes down. And what we, as operators, we used to worry about the peak roughly around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is that top of that yellow spot. That's no longer the worry. Because of the amount of solar resources you have in the system, operationally, we're good there. We have enough energy at that time. The problem is now 3 hours later, from 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. Sun goes down and the load is still high. We lose about 10,000 megawatts of solar production during this time. Our load is only going down by about 3,000 megawatts. So I have a net deficit in that time from basically 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock to get to that evening net load peak. Now, the second thing this is showing us is how are we meeting that peak? As I indicated before, we're meeting that peak through use of gas resources. That's the big brown or orange area. The blue is the hydro, and then the green on the top of that is net interchange, imports, about 10,000 megawatts of net imports. Where are those imports coming from? They're coming from the northwest, from hydro. They're coming from the southwest, probably some thermal resources. And then that's what's making up on this particular day, which was the peak load last year in 2017. Now, if I compare that to the peak load this year, what's interesting is you still have the thermal resources, you still have the hydro, but look what happened to the net interchange. It went from 10,000 to roughly 3,000 megawatts. Why? While our load is actually lower. The reason is because what's different about the peak conditions in 2017 was that it was very hot in California, very hot on the coast, but the rest of the West was actually cool, and they had surplus energy, and they can send it to California. This year, it was hot across the West during this peak load conditions. And as a result of that, the supply stayed locally there to serve the external load. It wasn't available, okay? So we can't rely on this 10,000 megawatts all the time. We have to build resources internally and secure capacity, even externally, so that we know when we need it, it's available. It's a big swing from 10,000 to 7,000 megawatts. Kind of switching around here now and talking about kind of a regional collaboration that has been very successful. It's called the Real-Time Energy Imbalance Market. And I have to set this up a little bit. Before the Real-Time Energy Imbalance Market, there was trading going on between different parts of the West. There was bilateral transactions going on. They all stopped 20 minutes before the hour. No more trading after 20 minutes before the hour starts. So any imbalances, any variability, the balancing area, like us, has to meet, has to be done with internal resources, even though there may be more efficient resources across the West to rely upon at that time. And that's just the way the protocols of how things were done from a business perspective were done in the West and other parts in the East as well. What we said was, what if we could do optimization across the region in the West and trade where there was economic energy to be traded. Now, everybody has to become still resource efficient. You don't come into this market with not sufficient resources. But with your resources, now there's an opportunity. If you have excess supply, you can sell that and get a value for that. If you have demand, even though there may be more economic resources, now you can access those more economic resources within the hour. And that's exactly what the real-time energy imbalance market is doing. It's a form of regional collaboration. It's a voluntary regional collaboration. All the balancing areas still maintain their own autonomy, but they can now effectively find an efficient market intra-hour. About 50% of the West is now participating in this energy imbalance market. And we've quantified over almost $500 million of benefits that are accruing to customers across that area that's participating in the West, including, I can't see it here, but about $120 million over that 4-year time frame in the ISO. And that's going to your customers as well. The thing about the real-time energy imbalance market is it's only optimizing a small slice of the load. It's the imbalance, it's the changes. It's 3 to 5% of the total load. It's just the little changes that are happening in the hour. The opportunity comes about is what if you can make larger decisions about regional collaboration in the day-ahead time frame? We have to set up our market. We have to set up to balance our system by committing resources. Sometimes resources that take a long time to start and have to stay on a long time. These are the resources that eventually we're going to want to be off from. These are the gas resources of the system. But in the meantime, we still rely on these gas resources, either for local or for system control. If we can make decisions, we can actually find the most efficient way to do that, and we may actually bring a resource on in somewhere else in the West and avoid having to dispatch it in California, reducing emissions locally. That's a good thing. It gives us the opportunity when we have that oversupply, too much solar energy in the West or in California, we can use that energy and we can displace other energy throughout the West. And we've seen that happen. We're displacing coal energy in the West with our solar energy that would have otherwise been curtailed. If we didn't have the ability to do this through the energy imbalance market, we would have curtailed it. We would have lost that valuable resource. We're using it to curtail, basically reduce thermal resources, including coal in the other parts of the West, including in Pacificor, where their coal reduced by 14%, their coal dispatch reduced by 14% over this period of time. Now, I am not claiming that that reduction is entirely caused and a result of energy imbalance market, but I am saying a portion of that is. So where are we today? We know where we're going, and we support, as the ISO, we support, from a policy perspective, the goals to achieve 60% by 2030 under SB 100 and 100% by 2045. And how do we support those goals? Well, we have to plan the system. Part of our role is planning the system, including the transmission system, to support those resources. We do not dictate what resources to procure to achieve that 60% to 100%. That's under your controls. That's a local control. Once you make those decisions, and the CPUC in conjunction with you make the decision where those resources are going to be, we ensure that the wires are there to deliver that energy to the load. That's what our role is. And then we operate it in real time to ensure that we maintain this balance of supply and demand and maintain reliability. We did not get the bill of 813 passed. We would have liked to, and I'll talk about that towards the end of this slide. The West Energy Imbalance Market, as I said, we're about 50% of the West is now participating in the Energy Imbalance Market. We'll be at 2/3 of the West participating in the Energy Imbalance Market. And this includes expansion into SMUD, or Bank, the balancing area of Northern California, Seattle City of Light. We will be, Salt River Project in Arizona will be participating, and we've got others throughout the West participating. We are also looking at, and we are in the next year and a half, 2 years, we will be the reliability coordinator, and I know most people don't understand what the reliability coordinator does here. The reliability coordinator is an overseer and makes sure that the interconnection maintains reliability at all times. It used to be the function, or it is currently the function, of the peak reliability coordinator across the West. They will be shifting off from providing that, and we will be providing that services basically to 80 to 90% of the West. It is not the market. We are not dispatching that. We're just monitoring for reliability. But it gives us the opportunity to ensure reliability over the wider West. Then the Western RTO. The AB 813 would have been a facilitator. It would have enabled a change in our governance. Our board is made up of 5 board members who are appointed by the governor of California. Okay? Our tariff, our rules are under Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's control. We are not a state agency. We are not regulated by the CPUC. We are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission today. Okay? What AB 813 would have done would have been a pathway to allow a change in our governance structure, to allow our governors, our board of governors, to be a board of governors made up of others throughout the West. Okay? That's what it would have done. And what that would have enabled is others who were inclined to participate in this regional market. It would have enabled them to say, hey, I can work in this regional market. I know I have some say through this, this state or this multi-state governance structure. I can participate. Because other commissions, like the CPUC in other states, they're not going to let their regulatory utilities participate in a market that is solely under the governance structure of an appointed by California governor. That's the issue. At the end of the day, our tariff is still FERC regulated, and that would have changed. Okay? Now, without that happening, the concern is if that happens, will you lose ability to define your procurement strategy? Will FERC come through and say, you have to procure a nuclear unit or you have to buy a coal unit and basically override your local procurement decisions? That was the concern. I don't think it's a realistic concern, but at the same time, there are a lot of things going on at the federal level that look suspicious, are concerning. So we kind of hit the worst case of all times to propose this under the existing federal administration. I have full confidence that a regional market is the right thing to do. It's the best thing for the West. It's the best thing for California. And it allows for a transition to allow for local resources to develop, including batteries, and it gives you this glide path to do that. Without it, you run the risk that you're going to have oversupply, it's going to cost more, it will not be coordinated, and you'll probably have higher GHG and local emissions. Okay? That's the trade-off. Now, I'm talking about regionalization. I want to point out we're not solely focused just on a regionalization. We know to achieve the objectives, these targets of a low-carbon grid and just low-carbon overall, we have to do certain things, and we have to do it in certain sequences. One of those is we have to develop storage. When the costs come down and it's economic to do so, we have to find a way to store this energy and use that energy at the right time, in the right place. And we're starting to see that develop in some of the local areas where we're transmission constrained, where you have a lot of load. We're seeing how we can use storage, large-scale storage, to replace some of those thermal gas resources. Demand and demand response and time of use rates needs to be part of the participation model so that we can balance the system, not just by you doing it with supply, but using demand. And that's where time of use rates and demand response come in. A diverse renewable portfolio, geographically and technologically diverse, is important. Just doing this with one technology, solar in one place, is going to be more difficult than doing it with a diverse set of resources. So at some point, you may want to have resources that are outside of California where the wind blows stronger in the middle of the day. The wind in California does not blow well when the peak at the highest load levels in the summer in California. You can get access to other renewable resources across the West. In the upper right, those are kind of the regional coordination efforts. With the Western Energy Imbalance Market, which I described, is one of those. But there's other coordination activities that we can do. At the far end is developing a way to be a regional organization across the West. Coming into electric vehicles and other electrification, I should really say other electrification. As you have that additional supply, clean supply, what you're going to want to do is do something with that supply. And if you want to decarbonize the other sectors, you're going to leverage the electricity sector to do so. And you have to basically get this oversupply condition to do that. And you have to do it in the right sequence. Lastly, flexible resources. We know we need to have resources that can balance the system and maintain reliability in the grid. We have to find ways to do that with the thermal fleet today, but we need to find ways to use the new fleet, the renewable fleet, tomorrow. And we've demonstrated how we can do that. We've demonstrated how the inverter-based resources can actually provide regulation and balancing services in real time. It's a shift of mindset because it's not about maximizing your energy output production. It's about balancing the energy and capacity of that and the services those resources can provide. So the bottom line is we believe there's a suite of things that have to be done. And we're supporting all these things in our efforts, including distributed energy resources and finding ways for those distributed energy resources to participate in balancing the grid. So that's my ending. There are two graphs I just wanted to show you because Vicken thought I should show you this. The blue line is the gross load. That's what we talk about as the load. The green line is what the load would have been. It's called consumption. That's what the load would have been if you didn't have the rooftop solars developed. That's what the load would have been. We would have had load growth of about 6,000 more megawatts. The red line is the net load. That's what we're seeing when we have to balance the system for both the load and the variable resources. So I just wanted to give you the perspective starting from consumption down to load, down to net load. And this is the spring, and I think this is the summer. Okay? So with that, I will accept any questions.
Very much, Mark. Appreciate it. Any questions for the board? Yes. Yeah, right, Ford.
Let me. That was a great presentation. Let me recapitulate a little bit to check my understanding with you.
Sure.
As I understand what you presented. One of the ideas, so the driving idea is this idea of balancing the load so that, in effect, on one hand, you're not wasting energy because you've got a glut at one point that you're not using. And on the other hand, that you have energy available when the daytime producing part goes offline.
Exactly correct.
Okay.
So I didn't show you a good graph of this, but when we have that belly of the duck, we're sending energy outside the system. We're displacing renewable, we're using energy to displace other energy, including coal, outside.
So
when the sun goes down,
right,
we lose that energy. We then bring some energy back in. We dispatch some energy internal to balance the system at that point.
So the broader the territory you have to distribute energy in, to move it out, to bring it in, the greater your ability and capacity to balance is.
The more I have to optimize, the more efficient I can operate the system at.
Got it. That all, I understand that, and that makes sense. So that's kind of the practical energy part overview. Then there's the political part, which
Yes.
is in order to get buy-in from, say, from outside of California, you have to share the decision-making process and control, right?
It's a little hard to get them to accept joining something that they have no control over.
Of course, it would make no sense. So then, what I think what my question.
By the way, that's both like-minded states like Washington and Oregon,
right,
and I would say non-like-minded states, including Wyoming.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Both of them would have trouble coming in politically to a system that they have no governance say in.
Of course, I mean anybody. That's basic common sense. So what my question is there's certainly criticism that says that by virtue of the call it sharing, the sharing requirement, that you're running the risk of being dominated by, for lack of a better term, federally driven dirty energy policies. And that's certainly one of the criticisms that I understand is out there. And assuming that that's true, just for the sake of discussion, whether it's true or not, are there hedges available that can be built in to protect against that outcome?
Yes. The first and foremost is the procurement policy is a state policy. And I emphasized earlier, we do not procure any resources. That's done by you as load-serving entities through the CPUC. That's a state jurisdiction. So even if we were to regionalize, we would expect that local procurement decision, state procurement decision, would still be maintained. You don't lose that control. I think where the concern is that will there be policies driven by the administration, and I understand they're concerned about what the administration had been trying to do through resiliency, focusing in on coal and nuclear resources, and that somehow by having this regional organization, you're going to have the state of California now subsidize or be forced to buy that capacity and keeping that capacity around for a longer period of time than it otherwise would.
And losing its procurement control.
Like I said, I don't think it would lose its procurement control, but I think the concern is that, yes, through this resiliency effort, will somehow there be loss of control, okay? The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has not taken that up. I mean, they did not accept the DOE's proposal for the resiliency in doing that. There was significant amount of pushback against that. I don't see, and I can't guarantee this, okay? I'm just telling you my perspective. FERC has been always very pro-market action, okay? Doing that and dictating procurement to achieve an objective is counter to what they have been wanting to do, and that is open markets, efficient markets.
So if I understand you right, your position, at least in part, is based on what FERC's how FERC has behaved in the past, and assuming that it will continue to, that'll be consistent with that in the future, but that doesn't necessarily include if there were to be a sea change, that sea change wouldn't have an adverse impact on local control. Is that a fair statement?
It's not the only thing I'm relying on. It's also
Right.
the fact that procurement is currently a state policy, and I believe that that will be a long and hard-fought item, and that would not be given up. Okay, and
Right.
we would fight to do the same. We would want that state to have local control.
Right.
And let me just
And by the
follow-
way, let me add something.
Let me follow up on that for a second, though,
Okay.
before you leave this thought, because I think what I understood you saying is, since FERC is already governing you,
Yes.
that if FERC were to accept the DOE's resiliency program that favors coal, there could already be an impact regardless of whether there's regionalization because of FERC's regulatory authority, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I mean, we have no coal in California, so they would have no ability to force us to buy coal, although someone could try, even if under our existing structure, theoretically, FERC could say, you at times are relying on other resources in the West, you have to pay for some of those. So they could theoretically do that even without a regional organization.
That's my question. I mean,
Yeah.
you do currently buy resources outside of the state of California, so if FERC were to change its position, its policy right now,
It could
they
still-
could say, thou shalt go find coal resources and
They could still-
purchase them, correct? At least in theory.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, we've put significant amount of comments on why that's not the best thing to do and why
And I'm not a proponent of that
divert,
outcome.
why a diverse set of resources gets you the resiliency that you need. Okay, and resiliency and what it means should be somewhat of a local decision.
No, I understand that. I'm just really talking about our potential vulnerability to a change in FERC
Yeah.
policy that would try to get us to do things that
Yeah.
we think are inappropriate.
So one thing I do want to point out, because I think it's an important point. So as the resource adequacy program evolves and consideration of a central procurer is on the topic, I want to be very clear about this. We are not trying to be, nor would we advocate to be the central procurer, because if we were the central procurer, then you are crossing that divide of federal authority over procurement, because we're a federal regulatory agency. So we would say, if you want to go central procurer, find a way to do it, but do it at a state level or do it through state mechanisms, not through a federally regulatory agency like us.
It's a very interesting, very complicated subject area, and you've done a great job of translating it into plain English. Thank you.
I'm not a politician, by the way. I'm an engineer, so I'm here to talk about, from my perspective, of operability and efficient operations. That's my primary focus.
Right.
I understand the politics, but I'm not here to talk about the politics.
Got it. But
Okay.
that's a reality that
It's a reality.
engineers have to deal with whether they like it or not.
Sometimes, yes. Sorry. I think there were some.
I'm very aware that the public would
Okay.
like to speak. So we're going to move right into that right now
want me to
and appreciate
give up
comments
the
from the
mic
public.
here, or am I,
Thank you, Mark. You give up that mic, but don't leave the room.
Don't leave the room, okay.
And if the other folks who want to comment from the public want to come up and line up, that'll speed us up a little bit since we're lagging on our time and everybody wants to go home. It'd be helpful. Hi, Ed.
Well, rather than spending your time telling you that curtailment is a small and diminishing problem and can be fixed by intelligent procurement of renewables, rather than telling you that the duck curve is well on the way to being solved, all the technologies that are coming on stream to do it, I'm simply going to make one simple suggestion to you. I believe that you, as a board of MCE, are underinformed and in many cases misinformed about the CAISO regionalization issue. And so I have a very simple solution to rectify a lapse in due diligence, I think, up to now, and that is bring in independent experts or an independent expert that can brief you on the other side of what CAISO regionalization might mean, the perils, the dangers, the recklessness of this proposal. I would suggest specifically the former president of the CPUC, Loretta Lynch, or the policy director of the Clean Coalition, Doug Carpa, or a researcher and consultant for the Energy Justice, Environmental Justice Coalition, Robert Freeling, or Tyson Siegel of 350 San Diego. These are specific suggestions. I suggest you bring in one or all of these people at your next board meeting, and you devote 1 hour to hearing the other side of CAISO regionalization. Thank you.
Just comment on one thing. Just this notion that the curtailment is a diminishing issue. I think it could be a diminishing issue, and I think I agree with the notion that technology will certainly help in the long run, but I don't believe it's a diminishing issue. It will be an increasing issue, especially as you move on from 33% to 50%. It will be a growing issue. It's only about 2% of the total production today of all the renewables, but I believe it will grow. It'll probably grow to 5 and potentially approach 10% at some point if we don't do this right. So it could be a managed issue, but I don't think it's a diminishing issue at this point. I would disagree.
Hi, I just had a question for you. I'd hate to take more time. And that has to do with, I'd like to get your perspective on...
Doug, would you identify yourself?
I'm sorry, Doug Wilson.
Thank you.
I chair the Climate Action Working Group for Marin Conservation League. We're following energy issues and support MCE. I'd like to get your perspective on some inflexibility in the supply area of the market. If you go back to the duck curve, you'll see that gas thermal is a relatively large part of the energy supply. When the energy peaks during the middle of the day and we have an oversupply of solar, apparently it's not possible to scale back gas, peaker plants and so on, like you would expect them to be. They're the most flexible source of energy. They can be ramped up most quickly or ramped down most quickly. That would seem to be the logical way to deal with a glut of energy midday, and yet they're not scaled back. Can you explain, is it contractual, or what are the reasons behind that, and why are we not able to make any progress on that? Thank you. That's my question.
No, it's a very good question. So two sources of that. One is, as I mentioned earlier, qualifying facilities, or CHP, are really resources that are not going to be able to be controlled by us. They're not offering dispatch services. They're there for primary use of a steam source for other than electrical and energy. The resources that are the thermal resources, the gas resources that are there to be dispatched, the issue you get into there is we do ramp those back down. We will decommit those all the way down to as far as we can go. The issue is you get to the point where some of those, if you turn them off in the middle of the day, it takes 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours to get them back online. So you won't be able to get them online for that evening ramp. So we've gotten down to very low minimums, at times 500 megawatts in the middle of the spring day of dispatchable gas resources. And we'd like to go further. We'd like to get them all off in the middle of the day if we could. But the problem is that if you turn them off, you may not have them for the ramp. Now there are some technological ways, and they are implementing these, and that is sort of like a hybrid resource where you basically have a battery and you, simple cycle resource, you have a battery and you're using that battery, you can provide services and you can start those resources very quickly. So the bottom line is that if we can make those gas resources faster starting, lower minimum loads, and we can actually get down to very low levels of gas resources and still meet our ramping capability in the evening with those resources. At some point, you want to start replacing those resources with other types of resources, including storage or other resources, because at some point you don't want to use them at all, even for the evening ramp. Does that help? Thank you.
Well, that was, is this on? Yeah, that was fascinating, the idea of a hybrid.
Would you identify yourself also, please?
Yeah, Bruce Ackerman
Thank
from
you,
the
Bruce.
town of Fairfax. The question that I would mostly ask at this point would be, what would be, given that all of the load-serving entities retain their ability to decide what purchases to make, what would be the limit in terms of our overall energy picture in California as to how much could be affected if we were to still retain that ability, but that the regional grid were to be formed and we use the regional grid to essentially deal with imbalances like the energy imbalance market is, but on a larger and longer term? What would be the maximum harm that could be done essentially to our California portfolio?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that. I think your objective in the long run would be you'd want to develop as much as you can locally and clean, and you'd want to do it in a strategy that did it over time, and did it at the right time relative to the technological capability and the availability of the right capability in the area. What the regional market would do is allow you to flex through that. So at times when you don't have enough energy, you've got this big resource across the West that you can rely upon. And then when you have too much, you can share those resources. You can lead the way and lead others to a clean future as well. So I can't give you a number, but I mean, ultimately that's going to be a local decision. How much, when, will be a local decision. And I wouldn't want it to be a local decision. All we want to do is we want to help facilitate that and make it the most efficient way possible in supporting that. We're here to support the goals of California, and we're here to support those goals by doing it efficiently. I guess I'll throw a motto out there, and I just made it up, but it's kind of the adage of procure locally, develop locally, but coordinate regionally, because it allows you to share, and the sharing is a good thing from that perspective. And I think people feel like the regionalization is somehow a competitor to local development, and I see it completely differently. I see it as a complementary element to local development for the exact reasons that you can't get precisely the right resources in the right time in the right area, and the regionalization just allows you to share that and make that navigation much easier.
Just to say, I thoroughly agree, and I see both sides of this. It's a complicated thing. It's probably a good thing that we've got a little bit more time now to think about it again before it comes up again. But I definitely see this. Germany ran into the same issue. You know, you get to a certain level of renewables, and then you kind of hit that wall. And technology will eventually change the whole picture, but during that time, there's an awful lot of greenhouse gases being talked about.
And I think we look a little bit to Europe as being, they're developing. They're at least Germany and others are probably maybe further ahead a little bit. And part of the reason why it's working there is they have regional collaboration and coordination. They're not all like-minded in terms of how they develop, but they are like-minded in the sense that they see the value of regional collaboration.
Great, thank you, Bruce. Anyone else from the public want to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, any comments from the board? I'm confident that this is not the last conversation on this topic that we will have. But I am glad that we got a start on it today. And Mark, I appreciate your presentation and the comments from the public.
Anytime you want to have a discussion.
You'll come back and participate with us?
Well, if you'll have me back, or if the ISL will send me back, I'll come
Fantastic.
back.
Thank you so much. I'm sensitive that we're over our time, but Dawn, let me pass this back to you and see if there's any other staff issues that we should address before we adjourn.
No, we have nothing further.
Okay, any board matters? No incentive to say yes to that question. All right, so thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it, and we are adjourned for the day.